And then we're stopped.
Whatever it is. Say it's my things. Yeah, they hire.
Oh, what do you mean? Oh, they're really like. I'm sorry, because.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's gone. Yeah, my wife was on that.
Still in high school, so I was and then I passed class.
Yeah. Somebody did.
It's like somebody that now, right, I was like 3 hours. I was like, and she's like, no, it's not like, so they're like, it's one. Last month.
Very good. Very good.
I'm missing fire. I think you gotta. Alright.
Oh, yeah. Yep, so you grow up. Battle away. How's your makeup up here?
Freeze right in.
Instead of bird dog, it stays. You're not a bad actor. Oh, I don't forget I think. Like, it's like, you know, right down, you know, what do you come up there, back to the earlier, think of this, right? I'm a tiger, at least I'm not. Yeah. Just. Oh, yes. We have that. That is a quality.
I have learned so much, but it just makes like. But I have to sit down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's come together, please.
That's fun.
Okay. Does that sound okay?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Teresa de Venecia. I'm the Director of Volunteers and Education. I'm so excited that you're all here today. I really appreciate your time. As volunteers, you give your commitment to kids your knowledge, your expertise, your life experiences, you give that out of the kindness of your heart. Some of you once a week, some of you a couple times a week. Whatever it is, you make a positive difference and we're grateful. And for you to give this day to learning how to be the best tutor that you can be is really phenomenal. And it lends credibility to our organization. For teachers, when they have a student for whom they see there might be a learning need that is somehow being missed, and they need to figure out how to tap into bridging that gap for that student, to have a volunteer available is something that's nice for them to know. But it's very reassuring for them to know that the tutor who is available cares enough to participate in this level of training from the experts who are here to share their knowledge with us today. And then some of you are participating in even more training at the end of this month and then at the beginning of December for our literacy specific training, which is exactly the same training that the state mandates for all paraprofessionals working in the early grades in schools. So for our teachers to know not only that you care so much about your communities and the kids in our schools, but that you have the skills necessary to help these kids bridge that learning gap that is a gap is very reassuring to them. So truly, I thank you for being here today. This is double what we had here last year, and I'm so pleased. So thank you for your commitment for the whole year and really specifically for today. I'd like to just do a couple little bits of housekeeping, so to speak. I'd like you to know that the bathrooms are just directly out this door and across the hall. We have breakfast here now at 11 o'clock. We'll have a snack, and snack will be brought in addition to whatever's left over from breakfast. We'll break for lunch at 12:15. Lunch will be put together and served in the outside hallway. But at any point that you need to get up, move your body around, use the bathroom, or just stand up and go stand at the back of the room because it's just too darn long to sit in one place, please do that. Please do that. Please feel free. All of our presenters are comfortable with questions being asked throughout the presentations. You don't need to save them for the end. Having said that, if you look in your folder on the left side, there are a few pages that are not paper clips. The top is the agenda. Next are some test scores. We're going to go over those in a bit. But the third piece is the evaluation that I'm going to ask you to complete at the end of the day. If you would please, on the back of this, if you have ideas, concerns, thoughts, anything that you want to mention to me, to anybody, please make sure to just leave a note for us. If it's a question that you have that you forgot to bring up during one presentation and you want an answer to, use the back of this to record that question. If there's something that comes to your mind that, oh, I need to mention this to Teresa and follow up on it, please leave a note on the back. And then when I collect these, I'll know to take a look. I am asking that you include your names on them, so that will help me know who to contact if you have thoughts or questions, concerns, recommendations, any of it. So please use the back of that eval sheet for that. So I just told you a little bit about our breaks, but our agenda for the day. Let me get it together here. Our goals for the day, really coming together and building this community. The more frequently we do this, the more we know. We're all in 9 different buildings. We'll hardly ever see each other except when we come together at the beginning of the year, and if you join us at the end of the year for our gratitude breakfast in June. In the meantime, you'll hardly ever see each other. Even if you're in the same building, you may not see one another. So really, this is our opportunity to sing songs and do a dance and build community and be happy that we're all here with the common cause of caring for kids and wanting to make a difference. But specifically for working with kids, our goals today are to learn some skills to be the best we can be as we support kids in math and in reading. I did a brief introduction. Maybe all of you were not here yet. Kristen Kilpo will be presenting our math content. She's at the back of the room and is raising her hand right now and standing up. And then our two literacy speakers are also at the back of the room, Maki and Nikki Ojanen, and they'll be speaking this afternoon. So this is our agenda. From 9:15 until 10, I'll give you a little bit of background information and some hopefully helpful information to get us fired up and ready for the year. Then I'll hand it over to Kristen at 10 o'clock. We'll break at 11 o'clock for a snack and bathroom break. But again, if you need to get something to eat, if you need to replenish your drink, if you need to use the bathroom, if you need to wander around, do whatever works for you. We'll have lunch from 12:15 to 12:45. Then Amy and Nikki will talk to us about reading starting at 12:45 to 2:45. At 2:45, we'll wrap up. We'll complete that evaluation that I just referenced. And part of completing that evaluation, when you'll hand that to either me or my colleague, Sarah. Will you raise your hand? Sarah Kangas is our program director for VinE this year. At the end of the day, when you complete your evaluation, I'll be at one door, Sarah will be at one door. You can hand us the evaluation. We're gonna hand you, I was going to mail the gift cards to you. We're gonna hand those to you instead as you're leaving. If you decline, that's fine, but really, truly, we respect your time and it is worth it to us. We have generous grant funding that allows us to pay for your time today. So we don't pay for the work you do during the school year. Please let us acknowledge your time today. It's very appreciated. So when you hand in your eval, we'll hand you an envelope with a gift card in it today. So that's the agenda for the day. And other than that, there are some, on the left side of your folder are just some handouts that we will be using today with our speakers. On the right side of your folder is this year's tutor handbook. It's slightly different than last year. And behind the tutor handbook is another set. For many of you, you may have this at home already. You do not need to keep a second copy. But at the back of the right side of the folder is a copy of the K-6 math and reading academic standards for the state of Minnesota. And the reason that these are K-6 is because most of the tutoring that we do in VinE, 95% of the tutoring is in the grades K-6. And within those grades, it's primarily math and reading. Now, if you're a tutor who works with high school kids in a different content area, I encourage you to make a little note on the back of the eval, and will you please send me a copy of the grades 7-12 science standards, for example, and I will do that. But to not put a super bulky document in your folder, I made this for the majority of the kids that we tutor. The reason this matters, and it comes to credibility for our organization, is that we need our teachers to know that what they're doing in the classroom with the right hand, we are supporting over here with the left hand. That we know what the district is asking of each child at each grade level in math and reading. And again, I'm just math and reading because largely that's where we do the majority of our tutoring. We need the teachers to know that our tutors are not coming in and working with kids using approaches that were used when we were in school, vocabulary that was used when we were in school, that is the intent, the meanings might be the same, but out of fairness for the kids to increase their opportunity to learn, the more similar our approach to what's happening in the classroom, the better. So if certain vocabulary for math is being used in the second grade classroom, that is something that we should know as tutors, so that a student doesn't have to translate between tutor and teacher, that we are supporting the teacher. And one way that we do that is by knowing what is being asked, what are the expectations by the end of, again, second grade math will say. And that's what this little booklet will tell you. And just, I used to do a lot of work in curriculum, and way back in the late 90s, and I started in Wisconsin, working with the Wisconsin Department of Instruction, way back when we were writing the academic standards for Wisconsin. And then I went out to districts and helped them implement those in schools. Just the structure of how the standards are written can be confusing. And so I'm just going to give you an overview of that. It's essentially the same from Wisconsin to Minnesota and probably everywhere. But the standard is the overall learning goal. This booklet is the benchmarks underneath that standard. The benchmarks are actually written in almost understandable language. The standard is written in language that you essentially need a PhD in math to understand what the third grade benchmark might be. But the benchmarks tell us exactly what it is that is happening, or should be, that we want that student to know and be able to do by the end of second grade math. And the benchmarks are written in language that is somewhat easy to understand. So what you have in front of you, when I say standards, really what you're looking at literally are the benchmarks, just the slightly easier to understand language. And so there's this umbrella standard, and then underneath it, a whole bunch of benchmarks. And if the student knows and can do and understands all of these benchmarks, then they can meet that academic standard. So that's what that booklet is all about, and that's why it is there. And I encourage you to just take a look at it when you are assigned your tutoring assignment for the year, or assignments. If you have one from last year, it hasn't changed. You don't need to feel the need to keep it. I'll hold on to it and just reserve resources. Okay, any questions so far on housekeeping stuff? Okay, then I'm going to get rolling. This is our mission at VinE: to engage the community in educating its students, supporting their growth, and preparing them for productive citizenship. And you all in this room are the engaging the community. And I will tell you that as somebody who's worked in the school in a variety of roles, that having the community engaged can make such a positive difference for the larger community. Because especially, I feel like especially now, I might be, maybe I'm wrong, maybe it's been the same since the beginning of time. But things in life, in our world right now, are contentious. And what teachers are being asked to do is more than what they've been asked to do in the past. And the needs that students are bringing to school are greater needs than what we have seen in the past. And it includes academic needs, but it's beyond academic needs. It's some personal growth needs. It's some social, emotional, and behavioral needs. There are more needs. The teachers are being asked to do more, often with less. Almost every single one of our 9 schools has had massive budget cuts this year. Positions have been eliminated. Programs have been eliminated. Principal positions have been eliminated. So principals are being asked to combine buildings. All of this puts a greater pressure on what teachers are able to do for their students. Having the community engaged is 2 things. One, it gives you an opportunity, as I said, to bridge that gap for when a student might be missing a skill or a piece of knowledge or a concept. You can bridge that gap. But the other, almost more importantly in my head, the other thing that happens by having community engagement is that you can see the reality of our schools. you can see the needs of our kids. And compare that to when your kids were going to school and compare to when you were going to school. And you can look at what our teachers are doing in terms of their professionalism, their knowledge of learning theory and how to best teach children, their level of patience, their ability to read a situation and know that right now that child is unable to engage, either they're acting out or their head is down or they're getting up and leaving the room. And the teacher has the skills, because again, we're asking more of our teachers. The teacher has the skills to reach out to that student and find out what's going on. What can we do to meet this need over here so that we can meet the bigger need over here of learning? And community involvement gives you an opportunity to see that, to appreciate it. And you know what? I beg you, when you see good things, communicate it to your communities. Because there is a lot of contention in our communities about what our schools are and are not doing for our kids. And if you see good things, please be vocal about them to your community members. It makes a difference. And mention it to the teacher, because those teachers don't get very many pats on the back. And they're really doing a lot for our kids and our communities. Because we are preparing them for productive citizenship. So the more that we're all working together, supporting our teachers in our schools, the more effectively we can meet that goal of preparing our kids for productive citizenship. So this is our mission. And when I'm proceeding through the next several slides, all of it comes back to these three components of supporting student learning, supporting student growth, and preparing them for citizenship. Why does it matter? Why does our work as an organization matter? Why does what you do matter? All of our schools are rural schools. We have 9 schools. I'm going to list them off for you in a minute. All of our schools are rurally located. Rural schools are underfunded in Minnesota. They're generally underfunded, but in Minnesota, Minnesota is one of the most underfunded rural school states. This is a study from 2023. Again, if you want to leave a note on the back of your eval, if you want access to these slides, so you can click these hot links, you can make that note to me and I'll make sure you get the slides. But this study, it's studying rural schools in the country. I pulled out the data for Minnesota. 34% of the schools in Minnesota are rural schools. Of the state funding that Minnesota has to support its schools, only 19% of its funding goes to rural schools. So that's disproportionate funding. 34% of Minnesota schools are rural, 19% of the state funding goes to rural schools. That disproportionate funding is it creates a learning barrier for the students attending these schools. We have less staff. We have smaller budgets. One of the things that happens in rural schools, and Minnesota is one of the worst, is that student services for mental health and counseling are diminished. Minnesota is one of 7 schools where there's a ratio of greater than 400 students to every counselor. That is appalling. And how can we expect that students are having their personal needs met or their choices for secondary education heard if the counselor has a ratio of 400 students to that one position? So Minnesota is one of 7 states in the whole country that has that level of disproportionate or unfair, I would say, ratio of students to counselors. So that's a big issue, and that's where we come in. We can make a difference here. We're not the experts. We're not going to give them guidance on this is what you should do in college and this is how you do your college application, but you can make the difference in building a relationship with your students so that you're one more safe and trusting adult in the building with whom that student feels they know you're on their team. They know that they can come to you and tell you about their day, their weekend, that you care, you're gonna listen. You're not losing learning time. You're getting to know that student, because the more that they trust you, the more they're going to learn. And the more they're going to share with you things that maybe at some point you're going to hear something that is concerning. And that you need to get to the teacher and let the teacher know, oh, the student just mentioned this to me. And you guys aren't mandated reporters, but teachers are. And so the more the students trust you, the more they're going to share with you. That can help with learning, it helps with personal growth, it helps with student safety. So rural schools create some learning barriers for students. Rural school achievement between the grades of 3 and 8 is generally lower than non-rural schools. So that's just right out of the gate, where these kids live and the schools that they go to creates learning barriers for them. And we can help mitigate that. You can help mitigate that. Another concern, another issue that comes up with students in these 9 schools is that many of them come from homes that have income insecurity. So that is measured in the schools by the percentage of kids receiving free or reduced lunch. Students receiving free or reduced lunch are their households are 200% below the federal poverty line. So if a student qualifies for free or reduced lunch, they're considered low income, is the phrase that's used. The average for Minnesota, as you can see, for the percent of kids receiving free and reduced lunch is just over 40%, and the VinE schools, all 9 of them combined, are 45.7. Again, if you request these slides, you can open these links, and this one just gives you some research on students who come from low-income homes and how the challenges that creates for learning. This link takes you to what's called the Minnesota Report Card, and that allows you to put in the name of a school and pull out test scores, pull out socioeconomic status, pull out demographics. It's a fabulous tool to use and super user-friendly. So some of our schools have much higher rates of free and reduced lunch. Northeast Range, Tower, both very high in the Cook, Northwoods and Cook, very high rates of free and reduced. Our Rockridge schools are still above the state average, but not so much as the 3 other schools. So this is an average of all 9 of our schools. And you can see that we are above the state average. And the reason this matters is because what research tells us, and again, this brief on the bottom is one source of where you can go to see this research that I'm sharing with you. But what we know about kids who come from economically insecure households is that it's just harder to do well academically. There's a variety of reasons for that. Sometimes it comes down to the level of education of the parents. In this part of the state, the level of education of adults, almost everybody has gotten through high school. Many have gone on to a 2-year degree. Beyond that, not so much. Sometimes in an economically insecure household, whether there's one provider or guardian or 2, there are multiple jobs that create issues with logistics in terms of it's time to do homework and I need some help, but both my guardians are out at their second jobs or out at their job that is a shift work, which changes all the time and has little consistency. And right now they're working the PM shift and they're not available for me. So for a variety of reasons, kids who come from households that struggle economically, they struggle academically quite often. And really the part that just is the worst about all of that is that it creates an achievement gap based solely on income. So now we have rural schools who are underfunded, we have households who are struggling economically, and now we have kids who aren't learning, but it's not because of any lack of what they might have to offer, any lack of what they can learn, but their surroundings and their situation in which they have been placed. And an achievement gap is created between students who come from struggling families economically and more affluent families. And it's very hard to break that gap. It's very hard to break that cycle. So what we can do, this is almost too much to hope for, but it can happen. If we can make a difference with students in the younger grades and give them an opportunity to be eligible to take some of the more challenging high school classes, then they have an opportunity to have more, they have more of an opportunity to get into colleges and post-secondary education. Perhaps break that generational poverty cycle. Perhaps have a job that pays well, has a consistent schedule, has health benefits, so that they can break out of that poverty cycle. So that's a lot to think that we could do by ourselves, but we can make a small difference with that. We can make a small difference and keep that in mind as, why am I even doing this? This is part of the why. We're still seeing in our students ongoing repercussions, negative repercussions from the pandemic. During the pandemic, many students and teachers were forced without much notice to switch to distance teaching and learning. This was a lot to expect from our teachers. They stepped up, and many of them did a fantastic job. They all had different levels of expertise. They all had different levels of resources offered to them from their schools. They did the best they could. Meanwhile, they had their own kids at home who are also doing virtual education. So they're doing two things at once. They're doing their job and they're trying to manage their own students' virtual learning. Now we have students though, some of them as young as 4 or 5 years old. We have households who may or may not have the Wi-Fi capabilities to support Zoom or whatever the platform is for distance learning. The ability for the parent to participate and oversee that to make sure that the child stays on task and is involved and is doing what they're supposed to do in that virtual learning setting. So there were many things that made virtual learning really a challenge for kids during COVID. And then depending on the county's levels of COVID numbers, kids would go back to school and then the numbers would come back up and they would come out of the school. It was very inconsistent and it created learning challenges. It created learning loss. And so now let's flash forward to when things get normal a year and a half later and kids are in schools in the fall of 2021 and they're entering 5th grade. But COVID started for them when they were in 3rd grade. Now, 5th grade teacher has the 5th grade benchmarks. These are my goals. This is what my students need to know and be able to do by the end of 5th grade, except there's learning loss from COVID. And so now, not only are kids struggling to catch up on what they missed as 3rd and 4th graders, but now they're also being asked at the same time to learn the 5th grade material. A challenge that is almost impossible. Again, this is where we can come in and make a difference because sometimes you are sitting down one-on-one with a student who has gaps from years prior, whether it's related to COVID or some other variable. You can help address that gap so that then when they go back into the classroom and they hear what is happening in the 5th grade classroom for math, that hole from 3rd and 4th grade has been, well, for lack of it's been filled. You've helped fill that hole with knowledge. And now that gets them back to the place where, oh, what I'm hearing in the classroom for 5th grade is starting to make some sense. So COVID is still an issue. The other issue that is still a result of COVID is behavior issues. What teachers told me when I started this job in January of 2023 was that when kids came back from COVID, there were a lot of behavior issues. And the one thing that they really were looking for from our tutors was exactly how I started this, your relationships with kids. Teachers wanted children to have the opportunity to build a safe and trusting relationship with an adult who really cares about them. And sometimes really that's all the teacher wants. Read a book with them, play a game with them, have a conversation with them, care about them. That's what I need for this student. For some teachers, it's that plus learning goals. But because of some of these behavior issues that are coming back into the classroom after COVID, teachers are identifying that, you know, we used to really focus on social emotional learning skills, and we're seeing that those have been lost. That emotional regulation, that ability to work in a group and problem solve together with others seems to have been lost since kids have been out of school. And one way that we can mitigate that is by creating these close relationships with kids. And the final, why are we doing this? Why do we matter? Comes down to the academic needs of our students, and this is a little grim. If you open your folder and go to the page behind the agenda, you'll see some tests there. And get to those in 1 minute. Before I do those, I'm just gonna look at this. This is more of a meta slide. So we test, the state testing system is called the Minnesota Comprehensive Assessments. They're given every year to all kids in grades 3 through 8 in math and science, in math and reading. Math and reading are tested then once again in high school. Science is tested in grades 5, 7 right now, 8.
5, 8, and 10.
8 and 10, thank you. So science is tested in 5, 8, and 10, not every year. This is just a compilation of all of the grades and how the state performed. So it doesn't tell you a whole lot about anything individually, it's just metadata there. But our 9 VinE schools, you can see that in all tested grades for math, the state average was 44.9% and we're 37.7%. So we're below the state average, and that's the case for all 3 tested levels. Now, what this is referring to is the percent of students who are demonstrating proficiency in the academic standards, that book that I just gave you. These tests are testing those academic standards in math, reading, and science. Social studies is no longer tested, which I believe is actually a crime, because if we're going to help produce productive citizens and we're not testing social studies, what can happen is that teachers feel pressure to teach the stuff that they know is tested and spend a little less time on what's not tested. And so for me, that's really concerning. I know the state does audits to make sure that districts and buildings are teaching social studies. I know that a school in Duluth was dinged for not teaching social studies in one of the elementary schools. So the state does do audits. I don't know how frequently or thoroughly, but it is concerning to me that social studies isn't tested. But just so you know how to understand the numbers you're seeing here, these are percentages of students who have demonstrated proficiency in the state standards for math, reading, and science. Now, my next slide I printed for you because I wasn't sure how well you'd be able to see this. This splits it out a little bit. You're still not seeing individual schools. You're seeing all 9 VinE schools averaged together. You are able to split it out by grade level and content area. And you can see that there's an asterisk indicates that in those tested areas, our VinE schools are at or above the state for proficiency in these standards, or for percentage of students that proficient or above in those areas. Now, again, if you want to make a note on the back of your evaluation for me, I can send you individual school data. I have some spreadsheet with all of our schools and all of their data for the last several years, but for this year in particular, I would guess you want to see. And when I say this year, what I mean is the 24-25 testing year. Testing takes place in April, so this represents tests the kids took in April of 2025. If you want to see your own school, I can give you that data, because some of them are far worse than what we're looking at here, and some of them are a little bit better. So if you're interested in knowing that, but you also can click on the link from this link again takes you to that Minnesota report card where you can put in the name of the school. Super user friendly. You don't need me to send the data. I'd be happy to do it, so it's all done. But if you want to do it yourself, this website allows you to look at any school in the state to see different breakouts of content areas. This, for the 24-25 testing year and for all the years prior. Any questions on this? Mary?
Does Minnesota have standards for social studies?
Yes, we do have standards. They're just not tested. Yep. So bringing it back to why do we matter? This is a problem. Again, this isn't a reflection of kids not having what it takes. To me, this is a reflection of kids being in circumstances that are setting them up for failure, setting them up to have to strive so much harder to reach the same goals that other kids in non-rural schools, in economically stable households who had the ability for some structure during COVID distance learning. Our kids mostly were not set up to succeed in those areas. And I believe that we are looking at some of that here. Also, as I mentioned at the beginning, all 9 of our schools have gone through massive budget cuts. Positions have been removed, teaching positions eliminated, programs eliminated, classrooms combined. We have 9 third graders and 6 fourth graders. We can't have 2 teachers, so we're going to combine them into 1 grade level, but this teacher doesn't necessarily have the knowledge for what multi-age learning is all about and how you capitalize on a multi-age learning to increase learning. It's a whole philosophy. Multi-age learning can be fabulous for personal growth and for learning, but when it's done because of budgets and the teachers don't have the training that they need, the professional development to make that work, we're setting the teachers up for failure. And then our students have a very steep hill to climb, and you all can help mitigate that. You can mitigate the learning barriers that they are facing. These are our 9 schools. They're all considered rural schools. Last year, all of our tutors together provided over 1,300 tutoring hours, close to 3,000 tutoring sessions, and we served 600 kids a month, not unique students, but that was the average number of students that went through our program and worked with the tutor each month. Teachers reported amazing things. They saw increased proficiency in the areas where students worked with a tutor. You can read this slide yourself. The one that really makes a difference to me is that there was an increase in self-confidence and classroom engagement. Why does that matter? Because if a student is feeling part of their learning community and they're engaged, they're contributing, they're asking questions, they feel safe enough to ask a question and participate in that learning process. They're not sitting back, but their eyes down. And that is something that comes from this positive student relationship with their tutors, or it can. I think that it contributes. I think that that is one of the reasons why your relationships with them matters. Students report that they like working with their tutor, they learn from their tutor. Volunteers report that they feel a sense of enjoyment and fulfillment from their service, that they noticed increased learning. I'm gonna skip this stuff. It's in your folder, it's in your book. Page 5 and 6 of your book gives you some guidelines for successful tutoring. I'm going to skip ahead. I was going to talk about 4 of these. I am out of time. I'm going to buzz through this, the very most important message that I have for you today. The most important thing you can do to be a successful tutor is to build a relationship with your students. And why does that matter? Because a positive relationship with tutors builds motivation. This is all based on brain science and common sense. If a student's working with you, you're giving them positive feedback. That feels good. That actually releases dopamine. I want more of that. I'm going to work hard. I'm going to have eyes up. I'm going to be engaged. I'm going to ask questions. I'm going to listen to my tutor as they offer guidance. They're going to give me more positive feedback. Yay, I like this cycle of motivation. So positive relationship builds motivation. It creates safe spaces for learning. Again, I've referenced this slightly. When students feel like you care about them, they feel safe with you. That's a different chemical, oxytocin. That builds connections. Kids like that connection. If they feel that they are safe with you, not physically safe. I'm assuming they're physically safe. If they feel safe, if a student has been identified as, I need some extra help in, you name it, and now Bill's gonna pull me out and work with me. As a student, I might want my head down. I might feel embarrassed. I might feel like I'm not gonna reveal that I don't know something, because that makes me look stupid. I don't want to look stupid. I don't want to reveal what I don't know. I don't want to hear what Bill has to say to me. If anything, I'm going to be a turkey. But if we work on that relationship and kids feel that there's no judgment, that you care about them, they know that you care about them, that creates a psychological safe space where they can reveal what it is they don't know, where they can say, wait, I don't get that. And when you offer a suggestion for moving forward, they're more likely to participate in that and engage and listen and try that approach. Positive relationships build new pathways for learning. This is also brain science. It's based on neural pathways. So the more you know your students, the more you know what they know. Part of learning theory suggests that the best way to learn new content is to attach it to something the student already knows. Whether that is content from the classroom, whether it is an experience that they've had with their friends or at home or in some other setting. But the more you know about the kids, the more you know how to take into that as you're introducing something new. You remember the other day when you were telling me that you and your friends were making pizza, and remember you were fighting about how to have a fair number of pieces of pizza for the group. Remember that? I remember you telling me that. Well, now today we're going to talk about fractions. Whatever, the more you know about your student, the more you can tie in. And the more that you can tie into previous knowledge, the more likely they are to create those neural pathways for new information. And you can push that learning forward. Positive relationships improve student behavior. This also, again, brain science, but common sense. When you build a positive relationship, when those kids trust you and they feel like they actually want to be, they want to get to know you. They admire you, they respect you, and they see that while you're working with them, if you model something for them, they're more likely to replicate that behavior. If you model problem solving, appropriate problem solving skills, if you model social emotional learning skills, which I was going to discuss, I'm not going to have time, but it's in your handbook, they're going to replicate that behavior. So we want to see you thinking aloud. oh, this is really frustrating. I almost feel like giving up. But I'm going to try a different way. I'm gonna try this a different way. Use your words, use your modeling out loud so kids can observe it. And if you've created that relationship with them, they're gonna pay attention and you might see them replicate it themselves as they're working through other issues, whether it's specific to a math or reading problem or science or any content area, or if it's that they're part of a group of 4 other people and they're ticked off at one of them, but you've modeled, hey, I'm feeling frustrated right now because I'm trying to do this, and over here, you're doing that. An appropriate response from you for handling a challenging interpersonal relationship issue is something that they'll pay attention to and hopefully replicate. So again, your positive relationship with kids can improve student behavior. If you want the slides, you can see this article that outlines all of that pretty nicely. I want you to think about, as you're looking through your book, the importance of challenging the assumptions and implicit biases that you may have about others. Your experiences in school are different than what other kids have. Your experiences as an adult are different than many of the experiences of the adults in these families. Question what you assume about others. Try to question your implicit biases. That's a lot harder to do because they're implicit. You hardly know they're there. I would like to think that I care about all people, regardless of any differences that they might have. But what I say and do in practice may actually call that into question. Like, oh, that's nice of you to think about yourself, Teresa, but in practice, that's not really what you're seeing. So that's kind of the implicit bias, and it's harder to wrap your hands around it. We'd like you to foster a growth mindset in kids. Sometimes kids come to us with this. We want you to help them think about it this way. Not, I can't do this, I'm not good at this. I'm not there yet, but with some effort, with some guidance from your tutor, from your teachers, you can get there. Emotional learning skills, social emotional learning skills. This is in your book. This is very important. This is really at the very core of it. It's about emotional regulation. Kids can be successful in a variety of settings in their lives, including school, but with families, with friends, just to feel more in control of their little bodies. But these are all important, and if you take a look at pages 5 and 6 in your book, you can read about them. I ended on a weird number. I wasn't going to make up more to get to an even 15, and I wasn't going to cut any off. I think these actually all really matter, and I hope you'll read about them. But the one that matters the most is this one. So please, out of everything else that you do with your kids, start and end with a focus on positive relationships. And with that, more learning can happen. Thank you. Do you have any questions before I share the screen now with Kristen? Anything you want me to come back to?
Well, yeah, I don't have to take a lot of time, but doesn't the funding for the schools come per student? And is that why they don't, rural schools don't get very much, because they don't have very many?
Rural schools are, the enrollment in our rural schools has been declining for what, 10 years, did you say, Emily? And it's continuing to decline.
And so that affects their overall funding.
So that affects the funding. The tax base affects the funding. That's where our low socioeconomic backgrounds affect that tax funding and what Christians have, and the disproportionate funding from the state to rural schools. That's a big problem. If 34% of our schools are rural, they should get 34% of the state funding. They get 19%. So these kids they already have something stacked against them.
So one other thing just to make note of, what's causing part of the financial issue for schools, when students in the 11th and 12th grade choose to attend PSEO, which there's lots of positives to that, and there's pros and cons, but that also affects the funding formula.
when those students go to the college, schools lose all that funding for that student. The schools end up getting a bill to pay the college for that loss of students. So that also is a piece that contributes. That is one reason why you saw quite a few cuts happen in our local area here. Because that's a lot of money that's leaving their building. Pros and cons to it, right? Like it's a family choice, student choice. You know, sometimes that's what's best for a student, but that also contributes to why we saw some deep cuts up here, especially on the ridge. Some new statute came out around PSEO, which affected our schools and our students attending. So that's part of the reason.
And some students are homeschooling, that's pulling per student financing out of the schools. Some students are switching to virtual learning using different platforms at home. And some of our schools, in order to address that, they're trying to make part of their program options. I can say this for Rockridge because I was at a board meeting there. They are trying to create an opportunity in Rockridge so students can participate in some of the benefits of being at the building. Let's do all the music and the art and the extracurricular activities and create a space for them to participate in online learning for whatever courses they and their family choose. But that's Rockridge trying to somehow make a compromise and bridge that gap of all of, that group of, I think they were talking about 28 kids and it was over COVID, but 28 kids didn't come back after COVID because they decided that they were going to continue doing virtual learning on their own. And so Rockridge is trying to address that. I think it's a great idea. If it is best for student learning to use those online platforms, that's a decision to be made. And in some cases, I think it can be great. But if a school can say, yes, you're also welcome to participate in all these other things, and you can participate in this virtual platform, I think that is a really nice idea. And it did pass, and Rockridge is piloting that now in my school. Kristen, thank you so much.
Sorry, and there are two organizations that our rural superintendents do participate with. They do participate with MREA, Minnesota Rural Education Association, is a huge lobbyist to help fix that funding. So our rural superintendents are pretty active in that MREA. They work with them. Also RAMS up here, they work closely with RAMS. RAMS obviously works with not just school districts, but other municipalities. RAMS does a lot of work down at the state capitol, and we'll have superintendents go down and lobby for more funding and work on different areas because our tax base, based on taconite and other areas, is a key piece. So
And
our
they're trying to address the recreational tax too for all of the people that come like from the metro. And have lakes and cabins, and that tax base that goes them back to their schools in the cities and doesn't stay in our region.
Exactly.
So if you want to look into any of those organizations,
So
for more
excited.
information, some light reading at night, there you go.
But again, if you want to hear more about what Amy was just saying, make a note on the back of your email saying, I want to know more about what Amy was saying for rural schools, and we'll get information to you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Kristen's now going to switch gears to Matt.
Can you hear my heart beating through this thing? I feel like it's so repetitive.
Were you hearing mine? I have
No, but I'm like, I can feel my finger now, and I'm like, dang, I just hear it with like clickety clacking with my name tag. So, anyways, good morning. Hello, everybody. Welcome. As Teresa said, my name is Kristen Kilpo. I am the regional math coach for the Northeast Service Cooperative. I also work as part of a team called Compass. Compass is a partnership between the Minnesota Department of Education and then the 9 service cooperatives across the state. I'm a part of a statewide team that works with other math educators across the state, but I work specifically with schools in the Northeast region to bring them best practices and help implement the new standards that are going to be coming out. Well, they're out, but they're not going to be tested until 2028. So we're still testing on the old standards of 2007, but the new ones are going to be rolled out soon. So we're in that transition process right now. Prior to this role, I taught for 15 years middle school math in Proctor Public Schools, mainly 7th and 8th grade, but I also dabbled in 6th grade and algebra 2 as well. So that's a little bit about me. Thank you so much for being here. I'm really excited to share my love of math with you guys. I was thinking this morning on my drive to work, how every morning when I drop my girls off for school, my oldest is 6.5, and we always do affirmations as she gets out of the car, and I say, I always end with, I love you more than anything, and she knows how much I love chocolate and math, and so she'll say even more than chocolate and math, like that, even more than chocolate and math, so. But thank you so much for being here today. We're gonna start off with an activity called Same But Different. And so for this activity, I just want you to look closely at these two images. All right, and I want you to ask yourself, how are they the same? And how are they different? So this is a routine where children look at two math things like numbers, shapes, graphs, whatever. It can be used in elementary all the way up through high school. Two pictures side by side, and they talk about how these two things are the same and how are they different. And this helps students share ideas, listen to others, see math in more than one way. And it's not about just choosing one answer, it's not about just choosing that yes, they're the same or no, they're different, but noticing both the sameness and the differences. This encourages thinking deeply, explaining reasoning, and being flexible with ideas. So right now, I want you to take a moment and ask yourself, how are these two images the same and how are they different? Just take a moment quietly first. All right, does anyone want to share either how they're the same or how they're different?
Same colors.
Same colors?
Same material.
Same materials, same numbers, I heard?
Same number of cubes.
Same number of cubes, 6 and 6.
Male and female ends of the blocks are all facing the same direction.
Interesting. The male and female ends of the blocks are facing the same direction. Thank you. How are they different?
They're arrangement.
Their arrangement, say more.
Color patterns.
Color pattern, so 3 yellow, 3 green.
Right.
We've got 2 yellow, 2 green, 2 yellow. Yeah.
Different ratio, green to yellow. Black.
Different. Say more about that.
Well, instead of 1 to 1, it's 1 to 2.
1 to 2. You have a thought? I thought I saw it over here.
3 yellow, 3 green, 4 yellow, 2 green.
Awesome. Thank you. So like I said, this encourages students to see things from different perspectives, to see that there's not necessarily just one right answer. It's more about encouraging communication and thinking differently, thinking flexibly. So now I'm going to ask you to chat with the person next to you. We'll say your elbow partner. Okay, if you are a group of 3, you can all chat together. And I'm going to ask, if you don't know each other, to share your name, introduce yourself and the number of years you have been tutoring. And then I want you and your partner to think about, how are you the same and how are you different? And I encourage you to find fun or unique contrasts, like maybe you went to the same college but studied different things. You could discuss hobbies, favorite foods, years that you've been working with kids. So I'm going to set a 2-minute timer, and I'm going to ask you guys if you're comfortable to share out afterward.
Well, I've been. President. Yeah. So. You're retired.
Okay, would you like to share how you and your partner are the
That's
same
all I got.
or different?
I'm in math, a math tutor.
We're all married, but not the same person.
Love it, see? Great, love it. What else?
I'm Sean, that's Brittany. We're both Minnesotans, but we live in different counties. Or graduated school in different counties.
Okay. Awesome, thank you, yeah.
We found out that we're both highly involved with cross-country skiing at our communities, so,
Cool, but not in the same community.
the same community.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Anyone else want to share? Awesome. Well, thank you so much for doing that with me. Again, Teresa was talking a lot about building positive relationships and making kids feel safe so that they can learn. And I feel the same is true for, adults too. So, there's a lot to be said about taking moments like this for that. Oh. Okay, so as I mentioned, my work with Compass is a partnership between MDE and the 9 service cooperatives, and MDE has identified 10 commitments to equity, and I'm going to be focusing on 2 today. The 2 are valuing people and improving conditions for learning. And as volunteers in education, you clearly value kids, and your dedication to working with kids highlights that commitment. And the work that we do with Compass really centers on, obviously, how students experience and engage in learning. And so I hope to model both of these things as I work with you today. My goals for today, for us, are these 3 things. So first, my hope is that by the conclusion of our session today, that your view of what math is will extend past traditional definitions. All right, we'll talk about how students commonly answer that question, and hopefully dispel some of the misconceptions that surround math. I'm also going to be talking about techniques that you can use to help students have a positive relationship with math. And then throughout our time together today, we will engage in and come to learn and understand that productive struggle is not only a part of learning, but to be expected. Before we dive into our learning, now is a great time. If I know you've already been sitting for a while, so if you need to get up, get more snacks, go to the bathroom, whatever you might need to do, please feel free to do that. These are the community agreements that I encourage when I'm working with adults. And so I encourage you to just take a moment to read through those 4 sentences. I'll just give you a moment to do that. Your adults. So I encourage you to be engaged today and take risks, while also recognizing that we are all human and we all have unique needs, learning needs and personal needs. And so please take care of yourself throughout our time together today, however that might look for you. I know Teresa already mentioned bathroom to the right outside the door. If you need to get up, take a phone call, whatever we're adults, so take care of yourselves. And again, I want to take this opportunity just to say thank you for being here. Okay, before we dive into our learning today, I wanted to frame our work together with this short video. It's 3 minutes long, Dan Finkel is a math educator and game designer, and the founder of a site called Math for Love. He has 3 mathematical virtues that guide his work and encourage accessibility to mathematics for all. So let's take a listen to this.
Hi, I'm Dan Finkel, and I'm a math educator.
There we go.
When I was first starting out as a math teacher, I had this realization that I wasn't just teaching math. I was trying to make students into better people. I was trying to actually educate them about how to be a good person in a way that would stay with them after the math I was teaching, maybe, in many cases, would be forgotten. Over the years, I've come down to this isolating of a couple of mathematical virtues that I think mathematics both benefits from people who have these, and also they're just so great to teach using mathematics. And those virtues are curiosity, courage, and kindness. And the reason I feel these are so powerful is, curiosity is such a great place to learn how to be a learner. Just being willing to express curiosity, nurture curiosity, respond to questions and say, oh, I actually don't know that, but I want to know. When students have that, when students nourish that in themselves, they're actually ready to be learners who stay learners, who keep improving over their entire lifetime, not just exactly when they're in school. I find that is one of the keys to learning. And second, courage. This is so much what I've had to do as a student of mathematics. Is there is a moment when you are just looking at a problem and you don't know what to do, and it is very easy to feel afraid. But there is a practice in just attacking it anyway. And it feels sometimes like you're going after a dragon, but you're gonna go in there and take your shot. The nice thing is you don't actually die in mathematics. You can just get right up if you get knocked off your horse and try again. But what I've found is the courage to actually take on really hard problems, to not play it safe when it comes to what kind of a challenge you are willing to go after. That is a skill that has served me so well in my life, and I think just makes us so much more capable and powerful as people. And finally, kindness. And I think kindness is one of those things that is so underrated in mathematics, but you've got to be kind to yourself because you will get stuck. And there's so much value in being kind to other people, to say, you actually deserve to know this too. I learned this thing, and it kind of changed the way I look at things. I want to share that with you. I valued your perspective on this. I want to share my perspective. Let's actually communicate. Let's talk. And that actually is one of those things that helps individual people work together in groups and just support each other and become more powerful together. So those are my 3 mathematical virtues in a nutshell. We have curiosity, courage, and kindness. And not only do those help people become really great at learning mathematics and thinking as mathematicians, but I think it helps create a world that I want to live in.
So I think if we can lead with curiosity, courage, and kindness, that can really help, build those positive relationships with students that we're looking for, and help kids feel safe, and lead them to have those experiences that are really important when learning math. Get back to full screen. Okay, so let's get into it. What do you think of when you hear this question? What is math? So I encourage you to write down anything that comes to mind. At your tables, there are some bins with Post-it notes, note cards, pens, markers, whatever, or you can write if you've got paper with you. I'm just gonna give you 30 seconds, and I just want you to think about, reflect if you want, just quietly. 30 seconds or so to reflect on this question. What is anything that comes to mind? Alright, I'm sticking to my 30 seconds, just so I know we can hustle things along here. This is how students respond when they are asked this question. Hard, graphing, problems, variables, numbers, fractions, yada, yada, yada. So most of what students say is on concepts or skills that they learn in math class. You know, fractions, shapes, adding, or names of math class, like geometry, algebra, right? And yeah, math does include all of these things, right? But that's not a complete list. That's not all of what math is. You know, a Google image search is not a whole lot better. I actually did this last year, and again, I did it. I took a new screenshot for this year. Same thing. So when the first thing that pops up when I do a Google image search of math is this. It's a complicated set of equations, algorithms, right? Doesn't provide a full picture of what math is. And if you're familiar with GIFs, is it GIF? I can never say it right. I don't know. It's not any better. Like, it just shows people looking, and animals even looking confused, or like they're geniuses, you know, or frustrated, all sorts of numbers and formulas just racing through your head. And then think about how movies portray math or social media. Have you ever paid attention? We constantly hear negative messages about math. And this is what people have been conditioned to think about mathematics through movies and past experiences. It also has a lot to do with how we learn math or how we experience math. I'm sure many of us had similar experiences to this one. You know, the teacher up at the front of the room saying, today we are going to learn about, so take out your notebook and copy these notes down and then do, you know, 1 through 39 odd in the back of the book, or, you know, whatever. And that's how I learned math. And, you know, when I started my teaching career, because it's what I experienced, it's how I taught math. And what I noticed about myself, though, and about my students was that oftentimes they forget. I would forget what I learned after I, you know, memorized for the test, and then now let's take it out of my brain and get a whole new set of things to memorize and take that test. And oftentimes my students were the same, never retaining what I taught them when I used that approach. So if most of what we have seen and experienced is not actually math, then what is? Well, math is really just the study of patterns and relationships, right? That is why those who do understand what math is will tell you that math truly is everywhere. The first thing that mathematicians do is notice patterns, okay? You have had the ability to notice patterns since birth. You are already a mathematician. Noticing patterns is an innate ability. My almost 2-year-old noticed that whenever I said, thank you, or excuse me, whenever she said thank you to me, I would say, you're welcome. So now she says, thank you, welcome, because she just covers all her bases. The second thing that mathematicians do is describe patterns. So every day in class, we want students describing what they notice in any way that makes sense to them. They don't need to worry about what language they're using or using the right words. As teachers, we help them to take what they describe and begin to use correct mathematical language. So most students are very capable of noticing patterns and describing what they're seeing to you. The hardest part is generalizing patterns. That's the part that teachers come in and help guide that process. And this is the part that most people struggle with, right? But this is the part that can be refined in math class and gets easier as students are being given opportunities to notice and describe patterns. So when someone says to you, I can't do math, they're thinking of math as just memorizing a bunch of things. They're not thinking of it as noticing, describing, and generalizing patterns. So we're going to practice being mathematicians right now. And we're going to start with this number sequence. So first, I'm just going to ask you to quietly think about what you notice and write down, if you want, or just think to yourself, as many things that you notice or wonder about this sequence of numbers. There are no right or wrong answers. We are just identifying what we notice and naming what we wonder. So just take a moment to quietly think to yourself, what do you notice? What do you wonder? All right, would anyone like to share what they notice or wonder?
Well, I wonder if the next number could be 12.
You wonder if the next number in this, so right here, if this could be 12?
Even.
You thought about that too? Okay, I heard someone say even. You say more about even?
They go up by
Oh,
two.
sorry.
No, it was over there.
Like, oh, okay.
They go up by two,
So you're seeing a pattern of going up by 2? Okay.
but I also wondered if there could be another answer.
Cause that would, if it's going up by 2, then we get to this thought of 12 and we're like, so maybe there's more than one way to go about it.
I wondered if it could have been multiple patterns, so 2, 4, 6, and then maybe like 4, 8, 12 after that.
If there could be multiple patterns, so maybe not necessarily even following the same pattern.
Well, if there's a pattern and then you have the process of filling in the blanks, or expecting a process.
So you're seeing the blanks and thinking there must be a process here. They must be looking for something specific. It can't just be random. And all these are great. We're just noticing it. No one has asked us to do anything. We're just wondering, we're just noticing, we're calling out what we wonder. When we talked about okay, let me ask this question. What do you think? What are some possible answers for the blanks? What could possibly go next in the sequence? I heard 12.
8, 10.
8, 10.
Rounds. 4, 2.
Sorry.
They could go back down, 4, 2.
Oh, maybe go back down, 2, 4, 6, 4, 2. Let's go back to the 8 and 10 for a second. Why did, because I heard like a lot of, 8 and 10, 8 and 10. Why does 8 and 10 make sense to a lot of you? Can we describe that now?
It's a simple math version.
Simple math equation, you say more?
Yeah, it's just addition of 2.
Addition of 2. So we're describing that it's like they're going up by 2.
Yeah.
We're also actually generalizing now by saying add 2 each time. That's the generalization part. Yeah. So we're acting as mathematicians right now, just by noticing and describing this pattern, and then we talked about generalizing it with adding 2. I want to hear about the 12 now. Was it you who said 12?
Yeah.
So where did you come? Why did you say 12?
Well, I just thought it was a pattern, another pattern, so then it would be 12, 24 would be the next pattern, you know?
So you're double.
Pattern, yeah. double.
Previous term. Okay, so 2 times 2 is 4. 4 times 2
Oh. Not a good answer. Yeah, interesting. I didn't catch that.
Okay. I actually didn't either. To be honest with you, I was going, oh yeah, I think he's onto something. What? Wait, maybe that's not quite.
I guess I was just doubling each number sequentially, not doubling the 4 because it was next in order. It was, 2 doubles 4.
Okay. 6 doubles 12.
Correct.
So then what would be our next one? Maybe anything?
I mean, if you added 2 to 4 to make it 6, then it would be 14, would be our next, right? Like add
Be the next
or times 2, add 2, times 2, add 2.
Times 2 add 2.
There you go. Nice.
Does anyone have any other patterns that we haven't talked about that they wanted to share? Yeah.
If you're just recording what happened, if I was a cross-country coach, my first, finished second, third, the second one was 4th and 6th. And the next one is 32 and the next one's 97. It's like, oh, dang, we almost won the meet.
So maybe there is no pattern necessarily, it's just a collection of data points. Did anyone see this? 10 and then 16.
That's the one I thought.
Nikki? Anyone else? Well, now that we're seeing it, how could that be a pattern?
Adding them.
2 plus 4 is 6. 4 plus 6 is 10. 6 plus 10 is 16. You guys already made my point though, I didn't even need to talk about this. There were other correct ways to go about it, right? There wasn't just one correct way to see that pattern. And that's the point of it, right? That is in having these conversations, seeing multiple perspectives and not just pigeonholing kids into one right way or one correct answer. So if math is not just about memorizing a bunch of formulas and instead about noticing and describing patterns and relationships, what are some other ways that we can spark curiosity in kids and foster a more positive relationship with math? One way I have here is this activity called How Many and How Did You Count? I have another, it's kind of like a 10-second video. Howie Hua is my favorite math social media influencer to follow. So if you're on social media and you enjoy this kind of stuff, I encourage you to follow him. He does these mental math Mondays where he throws out a problem and says, how would you do this? And try doing it in your head. And I love him so much. So let's hear what he has to say about this how did you count activity.
How would you count how many holes there are on top of this salt shaker? I think it's really cool that we can all see the same thing, but we can see them in a different way. So please share how you counted, and then look in the comments to see all of the different ways that we see these holes.
Okay, so not only are we going to count the holes in the salt shaker, but we're going to think about how we are counting that. So I'm going to ask you to take a moment now, and I want you to look at this image and count how many holes there are, but then also think about what was your strategy for counting them. All right, how many are there? 13. 13? Does anyone have a different response? All right. So anyone want to share how they got 13? Yeah.
I look at that and I see a picture of I see the side of a dice. 5, 5, 3 across the middle.
So on the top you see 5, on the bottom you see 5, and then 3 across.
Correct.
Love it. Anyone else want to share how they saw it?
Yeah, so when I look at it, I did go pairs. Top left to bottom right, and I don't know if that's the way my brain works, but then after I got done with it, I said, well, it would have been a heck of a lot easier to start on the outside and go with the inside. But I did it differently for some reason, the first time.
So your brain, like,
2,
can you tell
4,
which
6,
which
8,
pairs?
10, 12, 13.
Like this way or
Yeah.
across?
No, I went like that.
Here?
No. Yeah,
Here?
well, like this, look at me.
Yeah.
2, 4, 6,
Diagonally.
8, 10, 12, 13, yeah.
Okay. Diagonally is not.
Yes, yeah.
Got it. Yes.
Why? I don't know, I just did it.
Right, and that's kind of the point. And with me saying, oh, like this, like then think about all the other different ways you could
Sure.
see the pairs. Yeah, anyone else? And then you said around might have been easier.
Right.
But maybe not, because that was how your brain just automatically went.
The 2 longest have 4 in each, so that makes 8, 3 more, and then I went 9, 10, 11, and 2 more makes 13.
Then you saw, okay, 4, double it.
Yep.
And then
The
start
middle,
then counting.
that kind of like biggest to smallest,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah. Anyone else want to share? Yeah.
So I still don't see any patterns
Okay.
in general. So I literally counted everyone in the outer ring and then the middle ring.
Absolutely. And it was how many, how did you count? It's not necessarily about finding patterns or finding like grouping numbers together. It's as simple as just how did you count them? And then having these conversations with other people to hear how they saw them can help start building those connections. And I want to just show you too, if you'll let me. Maybe I've got something in the way, I don't know. That I went into the comments from his YouTube video. These were the first 5 comments. They're all different from each other. I think some of them might have been the same as what you guys said, like counting around the circle. Like one person saw it as lines, 1, 4, 3, 4, 1, and then just added them together. And so all of these comments are different from each other. And the point I'm trying to make here is that there's lots of different ways to do the same thing. And so when you can engage in conversation with people about something like this, you can hear different perspectives and start to make those connections yourself. And the more you do it, your brain might start making, like, oh, let's group these 2 together, or I see these as going together, and I can start making those connections that way too. And it's a really great opportunity for kids to practice communicating their thinking, looking for structure and patterns as well. And then it's even better when they can do this with others and they can hear different perspectives and gain different new ways of learning.
Excuse me.
Yes.
What's the name of that?
Of the social media guy, Howie Hua. Howie spelled Howie, and then Hua is Hua. Love him. Okay, another fantastic activity to get kids seeing multiple perspectives and communicating their reasoning is called Which One Does It Belong? Has anyone heard of Which One Doesn't Belong before? Okay,
Yeah.
awesome. So for this activity, you have 4 objects, numbers, pictures, equations, graphs, whatever it might be. And each one of these can be identified as not belonging to the others for some reason. And so the goal is for you not only to decide which one you feel doesn't belong, but be able to justify your reasoning. So we're gonna try it looking at the 4 dice on the screen. I want you to choose one of the 4, so either A, B, C, or D, and be able to justify your reasoning for why it doesn't belong. When you have an answer, I'm gonna ask you to put your thumb at your chest, just so I can see. All right, does anyone want to share which of the 4 they feel doesn't belong?
I see a reason why every one of them doesn't.
All right, you want to give me one?
The lower right is.
Lower right because it's blue. Thank you. Anyone else want to share? Yeah.
B doesn't represent the number 5.
B doesn't represent the 5 and the rest do. Thank you.
Yeah, C because it's not the same size as the rest of them.
It's smaller than the rest. Okay.
And then A doesn't have dots.
Doesn't have dots. It's the numerical representation of 5. Awesome. Does anyone see any other reasons?
D because it's not black and white.
Because it's not black and white. Awesome. We have reasons. So it's great to be able to challenge yourself too. I think how many of you were able to find a reason for all 4? Awesome. And so to not only encourage kids once they find an answer, but to continue looking until, maybe they can find more than one. And all these activities that we've done so far are what we would consider safe activities. They're really low risk. There's not necessarily a wrong answer because as long as you can justify your thinking, you're considered right. Let's see, what are we doing on time? Ooh, better than I thought. So not great time yet. So this next activity I want to do is called a dot top. And we've talked about how math is just so much more than just a set of disjointed things to memorize. And we've experienced noticing and describing and generalizing patterns. And in this next activity, I am going to share a couple things that you can do with students to get them talking and give you an opportunity to practice being a facilitator as well. So this first one is called a dot talk. And for this activity, I'm going to ask you to look at a collection of dots. Kind of like we did with the how many and how did you count activity, but I'm going to flash it on the screen quickly, no more than like 2 seconds. So you gotta be ready, all right? And then I'm gonna take it away. And I'm gonna do that because I don't want you to count them this time. Okay, so this time I actually am asking you to try to find some structure, see if you can make some connections to count the dots that way. So I want you to figure it out without counting, trying to find some structure. So are we ready? Okay, so how many dots do you see? All right, all together at first, how many dots did we see? 7. All right, who would like to explain how they saw them?
2 diamonds, 1 overlap.
Let me pull it up on the screen. 2 diamonds? Okay.
Squares.
Like.
Yeah.
Okay. 2 and 3, 2. 4, 2, 3, 2. Yeah.
Stuck on that dice configuration, the 5 and the.
Is that what you saw the first time or what someone else had said?
No, I saw.
You saw it?
I saw
Yeah.
5.
Yep. Okay. The reason I was just asking is because that would have been an awesome opportunity. Like someone else said something and that built that connection in your brain, Did that happen for anyone seeing the 5 that someone had represented previously with the salt shaker? and then thought, oh, you can see that here too.
I played on it, just kidding.
Played on it. And we had it with that previous picture too, with the, which one does it belong? Yeah. So the 5 and then the 2 on the end. Anyone else? A different way.
Diagonally 13.
So kind of like what you said. So 2, then 3, then 2. Oh, the other way.
Yeah.
2, 3, 2. Awesome. Anyone else?
There's
Yeah.
like arrows on those, just 2 arrows and then 1. And
Yeah, so going like the opposite direction.
yeah,
And then 1 in the middle.
yeah, go on.
Awesome. So the purpose of a dot talk is to help build number sense and mathematical reasoning. This activity encourages mental math, flexible thinking, and deeper understanding of numbers as students share and discuss various strategies with each other and for grouping and counting the dots, which leads to a richer, more deeper conceptual understanding of math. And it really creates a safe and accepting environment where students feel comfortable sharing their ideas and we can learn more about their individual thinking. It's also a great way for students to make connections between visual patterns and numerical operations. So like we think about, instead of just counting them one by one, thinking about that group of 2 + 3 + 2, right? Or 2 times 2, because there's 2 groups of 2 plus 3 more. So we're probably going to do this activity and then it'll be our break time. I am going to have you work with your elbow partner, the person next to you. And again, if you're a group of 3, then you guys can decide who might be the facilitator because there's only going to be 2 times that we facilitate. So I'm going to ask you to work with your partner and you'll each be given your own dot talk image. So I'm going to hand this out to you in a moment. When it is your turn to facilitate, you will show your image for no more than 2 seconds. So you can like flip it over, show them for 2 seconds, I'm gonna take it away. Okay. You are gonna provide them silent think time and then ask how many dots, how did you see them? And then can you think of another way to solve the problem? And then you will switch roles. What questions do we have about that? Yes.
When you apply this actually in a classroom, is there a certain age group that you would present this and would you do it in X amount of students in a, sitting around a table, or how would you apply it?
Yeah, if you can do it with multiple students, that's even better because you'll be able to have more strategies shared, most likely, versus one person being asked, can you think of another way, can you think of another way, right? Yes, you could do it, K through high school, really. You probably want to use fewer dots, when you're thinking of like kindergarten, or maybe use something like a 10 frame. If you're familiar with 10 frames, they're used a lot in kindergarten. There's so many things out there, and you could even just Google dot talk kindergarten, dot talk first grade. There's so many things out there. Are there other questions? Yes.
I have a comment.
Yes.
I did something similar with my high school students.
Love it.
And one of them made the comment, I did it with numbers. They made the comment, you're asking me to think outside the box. And he made the connection that usually when we teach, we ask them to think this way. And they have to shift in their minds to think, but you're giving me freedom to think differently.
Right. Yes. And like, that's amazing, right? Like they're not used to that. Yes, you hit the nail on the head. Exactly. Okay, so to get us, let's see, before I hand out the papers, I'm gonna say that the person whose middle name is longest will facilitate first. Does that make sense? I have 2 middle names. So I don't even know, I should know the number of letters in my middle names, but that's why I've chosen this. So figure out whose middle name is longer in your group, and then I'm gonna pass out the dot talks. All right, so
Yes.
You win.
She's had so I say
Stop it.
So don't look at these. Yes.
Yes.
Don't look at these yet. Wait for me to start the timer. Yeah, okay.
Oh, I'm not saying.
And they would make a problem for me to.
They're gonna be, okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and start the timer. Decide who's gonna facilitate first. Remember, show them for only 2 seconds. And give them some time to think about it. Are we ready? Okay.
Yeah. Yes, person. All right. I think I will go first.
Oh my God. She started to sign this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, else. So would you make these guys really way, left, right, left?
I mean, I so.
I try to start. I get yourself, we ought to get a hammer, otherwise.
Yeah. That would make a difference. I touched my, I took
Understand it?
Yeah. I remember forks. It's just. Well, somebody's like, this thing. Look at it. I can see it. You know, I see
I was on the fourth.
All right, I might pull us back together a little bit sooner than my timer, just so we can break for 11. How did that go?
Oh, man.
What was it like facilitating? I just want to share how it felt facilitating or participating as a student.
Smooth.
Smooth. Seamless.
Fun.
Fun, good.
I'm seeing dots.
Yeah. You'll be thinking about those as you're going to sleep tonight.
Really.
Say fun, but also intimidating.
Yeah.
As the facilitator or
As
the
a
participant?
participant.
As a participant. Say more about
That
that.
was my answer. You know, I'm thinking from a kid's perspective, my answer.
So, yeah, so a lot of people, am I right? Yeah. Can I also just call out I love the connections you guys are making to dice. They were talking about how, you play a lot of dice games and so like you see that dice. And so I was just saying that's a really great opportunity to build relationships with kids and say, hey, like, let's play some games and then you bridge those connections to when you're doing something like this. Yeah. Anyone else want to share?
I would say, pointing out to students, you can learn a lot, 2 seconds.
Yes.
Right?
And hearing from others too, like other people's strategies. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I generally don't like being timed, but it forces you to focus.
The timing thing was really just more
Arbitrary, but.
yeah, like and just to keep us like going.
Right.
I wouldn't necessarily encourage time, but for job talks, but I mean, I would say it only takes 5 minutes.
Right.
Doesn't have to be. You don't have to put a time limit on it, but maybe you need like the 2 second.
Yeah.
Is that a little bit? Yeah.
What's the best way to alleviate pressure in math?
Right.
In other words, 2 seconds, even at my age.
Let's go.
Yeah, so I mean, are there ways to alleviate pressure?
So I think part of that comes from just our experience with like when we think of time, like, oh, I have 2 seconds to be right. We're trying to we're de-emphasizing being right. It's like, what did you see? How did you see it? And the first time we did this, and you guys all said that you saw 7 dots. One thing I didn't really do a great job or like really reference was that you should really honor all answers and not give preference or preferential treatment to any answer. You guys all saw 7 right away. I was like, okay, great, let's just move on. But some kids might be like, well, I saw 6. And someone else might be like, I saw 8. And then you can just be like, great, okay. And now like, let's talk about how you saw them. And then when you do that over time, kids realize like, it's not that big of a deal to be wrong. Like we're all gonna be wrong. Sometimes we make mistakes. And so I think it's more about like the frequency and then de-emphasizing answer getting. Like the goal is not to be right. The goal is to share your strategy of how you saw it. I hope that helps.
One of the bullet points on Teresa's initial slides was to normalize error.
Yes. Yeah.
De-escalate the anxiety.
Yeah.
Surrounding error.
Yeah. And I'm actually planning on talking about productive struggle, and that's part of it too, is like normalizing we all make mistakes and just we're human and it's gonna happen and to help take the pressure off. Yeah. Yeah.
So my teacher, I got it wrong, and my teacher made it very positive and helping out like seeing, different things, look at it different ways. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to.
Love it.
Just
Love
give
the
you
shout out.
Thank
you. Yeah, great. Anyone else before we go on break? Yeah.
Just quick, I taught for a long time and I think we have to unteach that quick right answer and teach the endurance that it takes sometimes to struggle through and get an answer and how much better that might feel.
Yeah.
But it is the endurance piece, I think, that's missing with a lot of kids. And it used to be the quick right answer was the smart kid, and they may not have had other skills.
Right. And I'm actually gonna talk about that more with a number talk when we come back from break. So go ahead, take a break. What, 11:15? 11:15.
I use the
Right.
I was saying. Oh, no,
Well, I like geometry, it's not a computer science, but we never had a need for quadratic equation.
Maybe I'll do some memory this break, because there's a bunch
If he was recognized.
Yeah.
Then all their kids are all in schools. And it would be, you know, the days come up 5, so you have to go to lunch. And I just. Not this. Just so sad.
Yep.
How many?
It was in this skill building, where it's like, do they have the skills to recognize those schools?
They recognize them.
Yeah.
And then you're waiting, and they come. If you did that pattern, that was kind of 6. And all this rhythm.
It's something somewhere in numbers, but it's perfect because it's 10. I was hoping.
He does have
And, I think you're really great as a first job. So I better get, he's like. You know, and I was like,
That
what's
was
the
my
first
mom's.
letter of your name?
Yeah.
She's like.
Yes. And then.
It's like,
And then he's getting.
okay, that's already good. It's an H.
That
Awesome.
Yes.
What is it?
These. Your sister had that. Yeah, there's because when they're not ready. It's the exact same thing that she. Right on the board.
We built this.
Left hand.
Part of the trail.
Left hand. I don't use that. There you go. Right, we're gonna. Not on. Cousins. Oh, bunch of lefties on
So you got a situation, that's slowly going into. I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I have to make a decision. How to. Kind of meeting the activities that happen in the property. Especially the dark. About that situation. Rehabilitating it was some. Which.
One way to tell the kids in the way.
That
For my kids,
Yeah.
It's funny, but as long as you. Yeah.
But anyways, doesn't need to be resolved this year.
Anywhere.
Regardless if we bad enough. Anyway, it's not a big mistake.
It's never figured out. So does work. I could not follow. Just how to. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yes, yes. Okay.
Wasn't able to.
So have you become a fisherman or? Oh, you don't look. How about hobbies? What did you? Well. Before I'm probably. So the job skills, it's like the. Your study loves the hospital, a little bit, working on cars. And that's why I'm like, my home was that again. So that.
They give you like.
That I did have, like, so about. Oh, we're ready for some stories.
Okay.
So is the champion the one that looks like you can drive it back? But it's not like.
Start falling.
Yeah. Body found. Go truck that. Got it.
Just got. We'll be there in time, so. I'd like to get a little thrill. Love to have it. Like to try to find it.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll tell you, Bell Street.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. I think I met
Oh, yeah,
the
that was
something. Maybe late this summer.
It's like this.
Describe where it was.
Oh,
And she said, oh, you know.
oh, God, yes, they got November.
Sounded like. Go the other way.
I brought the bar. Oh, It's model is. The last.
Yeah.
So it's just like this. And they. Like, everything I do, what I'm I've been. That's. Then I guess so.
But you're not being safe in the meeting.
Feel like.
Howard Wagner.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Walking.
Like I mentioned, Lord of the Break. I wanted to share with you another strategy. It's that de-emphasizes answer getting. And had a good conversation with Bill here about, you know, it's hard to reconcile the idea that we don't need to focus on the right answer so much in math, and then kind of a mindset shift, right? We talked about how I was looking at a conversation. Just that no one's saying that there isn't a time and place for getting the right answers, because obviously, you know, Teresa talked about the standardized tests at the start of our time together today, and how we want to see improvement. But it's more about giving kids opportunity to see multiple strategies and open their mind to being able to make connections instead of funneling their thinking into one right way or one right process, because we don't all learn the same way and we're different people. So we're going to talk about another strategy called a number talk. And I actually provided in your packet, you don't need it right now, but you can look at it later. I provided a packet that has a bunch of different ideas for number talks based on grade level. So you'll find that in your packet today as well. But so this strategy also de-emphasizes answer getting and encourages reasoning. So a number talk is like a dot talk in that it's less about what the right answer is. In fact, I don't really care what the answer is. It's more about how one arrives at the answer. So for a number talk, you choose a simple enough problem that students can answer mentally. So you want to choose one developmentally appropriate for the grade level that you're working with. And the goal is to not just find the answer, but to find as many different ways as possible to solve the problem. So the key elements to number talks are de-emphasis on speed. You know, we were talking about like, how do you grapple with like the anxiety of speed? And so this again is one of those ways that we can de-emphasize. Don't really care if you're the first one to get it right. I care more about, you know, can you justify how you got your answer? And so de-emphasis on speed and right answers and an added emphasis on process and communication. So we're gonna try this one out. We have 43 plus 29. I'm gonna ask you to solve this problem. And once you have an answer, you're gonna put a thumb at your chest. If you can come up with a second way to solve it, I'm not saying a second answer, because there is one, there is one value that makes this a true statement. But if you can come up with more than one way to solve it, then give, do another figure, preferably not the middle one. Okay, so thumb, if you got one right way, or one way to do it, and then if you can think of more ways, you can keep holding up fingers until you gotta show your toes too, I don't know. I've got 4 ways. All right, Courtney, could you share with me what you got and how you came up with it?
72. I just added the 9 and the 3, carried the 1.
All right, so in your brain, were you doing like the standard algorithm?
Yeah.
Were you seeing it in your brain as lined up, like 43 plus 29 written out?
No,
Just
using. I solved it multiple ways because you asked me.
yeah.
That was the first one.
Absolutely, you did exactly what I asked you to. So you added the 3 and 9 first, you said, and then you carried the 1. Okay, thank you for sharing. I saw. Did you have 2?
Yeah,
Yeah. So can you tell me what you did?
well, that process, but then there's another one I use is 40 and 20 and then add the other digits small.
So I write that. 43 plus 29, you saw 40 plus 20.
Yep, and then plus the 12.
Oh, and then plus 12.
Right.
All right, and Courtney saw 3 plus 9. And then Courtney, after you did 3 plus 9, what did your brain do?
I put a 2 below my, I did. I put a 2 below my imaginary line. I did add them.
You did it in here with the standard algorithm? So you thought, okay, there's gonna be a 2 there. And then you carried the 1 over. So you did the standard algorithm. So,
Yeah.
But you did it in your head. You saw it in your head. So 43 plus 29. You carried the 1. 72. Also 72. Anyone have a different strategy? I don't know names. I'm gonna ask you. Is it Lisa? Oh, Linda?
Linda?
Nope.
29 is 1 less than 30. So I have 43 plus 30, and then I subtract 1.
43 plus 30 minus 1. I can hear you. Anyone else want to share a different way?
Just did 4 plus 2 is 6, 3 and 9, and then I carried
4 plus 2.
Yeah. It's 6, and then 9 plus 3 is 12, and then I carried the 1. For 7 is 2.
So 6, you really are thinking so 60.
I just think counting as my
right?
head is 60.
You knew it was 60.
I just placed it in the left. Yeah.
So kind of like this method.
Yeah.
Yep.
I also recognize that 29 is close to 30, so I took 1 away. Kind of the same, but I thought of it differently. I took 1 away from the 3 and made that 30, so 42 plus.
So you decomposed 43 into 42 and 1.
Yes.
Move that 1 over to 29. So you saw 42 plus 30. Instead of, which is different than 43 plus 30 minus 1, but same kind of idea. Yeah. Any other way? Back there.
Yeah, I did, made it 40 plus 20, and then I thought 9 plus 1 more is 10, so that would be, 70, and then had 2 left over.
Yeah. 40 plus 20,
Yeah,
and then I heard 3 and 9. You took 1 from the 3 and made it 2. Moved that over to the 9 to be 10. So another 10 plus 2 more. Nice.
Wasn't the first way I went,
Uh-huh.
but as a former golfer. I said the front 9 I'm 7 over par, and the back 9 I'm 7 under par, so it's even 72 most golf courses in par. So
Look at that, and if you're working with a golfer, I mean, you're working with a golfer, you can make those connections, you can have those real life experiences coming through. I don't know how to annotate that. Anyone else?
I took out my phone.
Body. You know the kids are gonna say that, right? But the idea here is that how can we do this in our head? Not writing out the standard algorithm, but maybe we're doing the standard algorithm in our head, and that's fine. The idea here is that we're giving kids lots of opportunities to make connections and see, like the 4 strategies that I said are pretty much what you guys said. I also thought of just 43 plus 20 plus 9 more. And then the 43 plus 30 minus 1 was another one. But having opportunities for kids to talk with each other about those different strategies helps them see those different connections and think, oh, maybe that strategy is more efficient than me, writing it out loud and etc. So again, purpose like this is to provide opportunities for students to communicate their thinking and justify their reasoning for using a strategy, hearing multiple perspectives, and make connections to new strategies. And I really want to emphasize that we want to write down any and all answers as students are sharing their thoughts without giving any preferential treatment, without saying that they're right or wrong. So if we didn't all come up with 72, we would want to write down all of the answers. We want to honor all of the answers and have students making those coming to those conclusions on their own. And that's really de-emphasizing that answer getting culture, right? And so creating those safe spaces for students to experience that it's okay to make mistakes. It's normal. So I'm going to give you an opportunity again to be the facilitator. And so this time I'm going to have you choose your own problem, or if you want to use one of the ones I have up here, or if you want to look in the folder, there is a number talk paper in there. You can look at the different grade level examples that I have for you. So when you're the facilitator, I'm going to ask that you provide silent think time and remind your student that the goal is to think of different ways to solve the problem. Then you'll invite your student to share the strategy and then ask if they can think of another way to solve the problem, and then you will switch roles. So we'll do this for 5 minutes again, like we did last time. And we'll say this time that the first person to facilitate is going to be the person with the most colorful outfit. I'm going to start the timer. Unless what questions do we have? No questions? Okay, so you have 5 minutes. I want you to each facilitate a number of
All right. Gotta do. So. Yes.
You see it for 2 seconds. No, I'm just for you, the one. I am so just the same way.
I'm just like how we do that, but you're gonna have time. Never. So 45.
And they just get you.
Like the ones that are giving it because I don't hear anything about it.
I was trying to find I forget one of those.
Well, you make 13. That's it. It's kind of really good. I did like 18, 17. Oh, you know what? Oh, my son. I felt I just watched that.
Eventually,
I got 195. But I thought it was.
I didn't like it at all. I'm not just something. Guess I looked at it.
Yes, right. It's exactly right.
Let me just try to separate.
Well, it is, yeah. Just like that. Yeah. That's just the.
I don't know. I just.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a contract. So. Somebody look. Got it ready, so I have a. I'm. And then, I did, 10 things, they did, when I need, and I had it 9 things. Yeah, I just started now. I just started that.
We had our. Start off with one. Nobody. Five.
Yeah.
About 7.
And then
Yeah, I never won a 19.
Having such a good conversation, so I love it. What did you guys find easier to facilitate?
This right here is what kids are already.
Dot talk or number talk? Not talk, why is that?
You gave us.
It was, it was much simpler.
Yeah.
Simpler.
I think there's more options for being right with the dot talk. I'm not sure that's true, but you know, I gave the problem 13 times 17.
So there's that balance of like, are they developmentally ready for, or like, do they have the skills for this particular problem? Like, it might be a grade level problem, but are they on grade level yet? And so understanding your students to know whether or not the entry point for or if it's accessible to them to start. Yeah.
So we were just talking about how sometimes you see videos online where they show kids like from China doing math versus, kids doing the standard calculation and how much quicker they are. And I'm always amazed about, how that's done. I'd love to learn it, go back, even though I have a calculator and AI or whatever, but I find it very interesting. And then there was, is it OMAD or something? We do all these long lines. Or some matrix or something. The real multiplication, 0, 0, I don't know. But I'm curious because I know you're like a math whiz. We did 2 numbers multiplying, double numbers with each other. Yeah, so we just did it to the, something with a 5 and turning in a 0 because we know it's so easy to add the 0 there. But what's another way to dissect something to help them other than doing, I wouldn't even know.
For multiplying?
Yeah.
So with multiplying, I would encourage like decomposing the numbers or using a visual model, like an area model. So breaking apart 16 and 14 into like 10 and 6, and then 14, 10 and 4. And then, so I can show you what that was.
We got that far.
You got that far?
Different ways.
So with this area model, I'm sorry, this is back to the AT scale, we're just gonna go with it. So saying that like, this is 10 and 6, this is 10 and 4, right? And then, so 10 times 10. 10 times 6, again, this is not to scale. Don't judge me. 4 times 10. 40, 4 times 6 is 24, so decomposing the numbers that way, and then a visual representation of multiplication in that way. And then I was also having a good conversation over there about, I'm not saying that the standard algorithm is wrong, or like that we shouldn't be teaching that. I just think we jump to that too quickly. We jump to kids like, you need to memorize this, and you'll memorize it for this test, and then we're gonna move on to something else. And so we're not saying that you shouldn't use the standard algorithm, which is shouldn't necessarily jump to that first. And that we want to build kids conceptual understanding of what multiplication even is, to then understand why the standard algorithm works. Because sometimes kids, they multiply, they don't understand, they just follow the steps. Like, well, this is my answer. Like, well, why is that why does that make sense? Well, I don't know, because you told me to do it that way. Right. So yeah. It's just kind of flipping it around a little bit. It's not saying don't use it, just don't let that be your initial go-to. Any other thoughts on number talks or dot talks? Any of that? Really appreciate you guys being brave enough to be the facilitators in those moments. I know it can feel a little odd, and to be the participants as well. So I think you guys did a great job. Was anyone surprised by any of the strategies that their participants shared when they were doing? Anyone want to say more on that? She's calling you out. She's pointing at you. What was the number talk?
The number talk?
Yeah, she was showing us a few different ways, but like make 10 was one of them that we found really interesting.
For adding?
Yeah. Because I did an addition problem as a facilitator.
So like finding 10.
Yeah, and essentially when we do like the old algorithm is exactly the same. So like if you did 27 plus 62 and you do 7 and 2 is 9, 6 and 2 is 8, 89. You're doing the algorithm, it's just you're doing it mentally.
Right. Yeah. And then kids understand where the 89 is the answer. Sorry. They understand what the 8 is. It's actually 80.
Right.
And it's not just, well, that's 8 and then 9 put together makes 89. I don't know why, it just is. So they understand why that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna ask you to just reflect. I have a 1-minute timer. Reflect on these 2 questions here. What are the key ideas you are taking away from these activities that we've experienced so far? And which of these activities feels the most comfortable for you? So we've done a same but different. which one doesn't belong, how many, how did you count, a dot talk, a number talk. So I just want you to take about 60 seconds to reflect on that, and if there's anything that you feel really comfortable doing, just maybe make a mental note so that when you're working with kids, you remember to come back to it. 60 seconds if I can get you.
What did you call that strategy with the grid?
This one?
Yeah.
The area model.
Okay.
Yep. And if you didn't get a chance to look in your folder, I did include that packet of number talk. Number talking.
Scott said I was gonna be here midday. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, Scott. I'm Teresa.
Hi.
I'm
Welcome.
That's Teresa.
Great. Yeah, you bet. I'll take that.
No, yeah.
Yeah, you bet.
Anyone want to share which one they maybe likes the most, want to try with kids?
Well, I've never done that before.
The area model?
So I do a little bit, I'm interested in.
Curious about the
Yeah.
area model?
Yeah, I know.
And in my brain, it's just the distributive stuff.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but it's like you're giving a visual so
Yeah.
that actually.
I've never done that.
Then when they learn distributive.
Yeah.
And when they were doing that, I didn't know it was common, but I found that they were treating that as something that's right. They still had it, you have to like remember. How do you graduate from this?
Yeah, well, I was just like, right, well, this one, and it's not saying algorithms are bad, but if you can't explain your work, then you don't really even do it. Like, if we go, maybe they are still following through, because it explains what to do, what to do in that, or like why. They just quite understand that, like, did they get stuck in any one particular piece of it?
Sorry, answers, and they weren't actually even adding them in the quadrant as set, like for now adding, writing all of these together, that's what it's, okay, they learned this in what we're so we'll look at in sixth grade. I think it's just important. On both of the.
Yeah, so then moving into having more opportunities for them. You see other procedures or moving them into, well, here's another strategy. Can you see the connections and just having those conversations about maybe where they're connected, or do you understand why the answer is 220?
It's just exposing them to different strategies,
Yeah.
not pulled algorithm, not just.
Right.
All.
And I mean, some kids do learn the standard algorithm and understand why it works and, are faster with it. So I think it's just, we have to realize that we're all different, kids are different, like, everybody learns differently, and so we have to expose people to lots of different ways of doing it. Yeah.
So what role does memorization play anymore in like K through 6, where, it'd be important to just, because in life, when they graduate from high school, 12 times 12, to be able to say 140. So where does flashcards or memorization play a role today in math?
So the big push these days is that memorization is not sense making, right? And so like we want to give kids opportunity to make sense of math, so that if they do find themselves in a situation where I've forgotten what 12 times 12 is, can they figure it out? Like, would it make life easier if you just knew that? Sure, it would. But some of us just maybe really struggle to do that. But can we give them opportunities where they still have an entry point into that problem? So does that help?
Yeah, right.
And that person I referenced at the beginning, Dan Finkel, has a website called Math for Love. And he has flashcards, but it's not just like, can you do 4 times 6 over and over and over again? He ties them to visual representations so kids can start making more connections. So that's a really fantastic website. I didn't include it anywhere in your packet, but you might want to write it down. Math for Love is a great. I'm having my first grader do. He starts with counting strategies and moving into additive, multiplicative, things like that, and it just ties visual representations to those fast facts that we want kids to memorize. So, and the more that we can give kids visuals too, helps them make those connections to better memories too. Okay, we're moving into our last section. So as tutors, you're likely going to run into situations where the students that you're working with are struggling with something, right? That's kind of the whole point of tutoring. And so as we move into our final section of the math portion of today's workshop, I want to read this quote to you from the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics. So it is often difficult for teachers to see students struggle, but it is through the struggle that learning occurs. Our role as teachers and tutors is to provide scaffolds such as purposeful questioning that honor and build on the thinking of students without removing the demands of the task or doing the thinking for them. So it could be really tempting to want to swoop in and save our students from experiencing struggle. I think of how often I want to do this with my girls who are almost 2 and 6.5. But I also know that the deeper learning comes from them figuring things out for themselves. So while the goal is to not steal the thinking from students, we also don't want to swing too far the other way and just be like, you're on your own, kid, right? So we don't want to swing the other way too far and offer almost no support. So take, for example, this visual pattern task. I am going to not practice what I preach, actually. And I'm going to have you experience this 2 different times. And the first time, I want you to pay attention to how you feel the first time that we engage in this task compared to the second time. Okay, with the idea of productive struggle in mind. So to start, I'm going to give you 3 minutes to do this task without any other information from me. So I'm going to ask you to answer this question. How many squares would be in the 43rd picture? Don't hate me. We'll do the thing. Trying to prove a point. Funny though, 15 years teaching middle schoolers, you know, remove middle schoolers, no problem. Okay, if you think you have the answer, write it down, but I'm not gonna tell you what it is right now. We're not even gonna, we're gonna go through this again, but I'm gonna approach it a different way. Okay, so we're gonna experience this visual pattern again. This time I want you to pay attention to the differences in the questions I am asking. And to start, I'm just gonna ask you to simply tell me what you notice.
4 squares are added.
What was that?
4 squares are added every time. It's like that.
So you're noticing 4 squares added each time? Okay. What else do we notice? There are no wrong answers to what you notice. We're simply naming the things we can see.
Getting bigger.
It's getting bigger. What else?
Same X formation.
So it's in an X formation. That's just getting bigger. What else?
Same color.
Same color, orange squares. Yeah. So we want to validate all answers here.
Both lines have the same amount of numbers.
Both, so like the
X's, yeah.
that are lined up and the numbers are the same in those lines. Yeah. The same amount in those lines. Yeah. Anything else we notice? Okay, so notice I didn't give a question. I didn't say, you know, tell me how many are going to be in the 43rd. I just asked you to tell me what you notice. Some other examples could have been growing outward. And you answered actually everything else I had said. Growing by 4 each time, orange squares, X formation. You even added other things that I hadn't thought to mention. Now, next I'm going to ask you to tell me how many squares would be in the 4th picture. So not the 43rd, just the 4th. How many would be the 4th picture? 17. How do you know? Adding 4 more each time. Okay. You are right. 17. Okay, now I'm going to ask how many would be in the 5th picture. 21. How do you know?
Added 4 to 17.
So we keep adding 4 to the previous number each time. We're adding 4. All right. So what do you notice about each new visual then?
I think I did it different.
Okay, let's hear it.
I just multiplied by whatever the place was, so. If it's like you said the 43rd, I took 43 times 4 and added 1.
Why 43 times 4?
Because that was the number of squares that were in each row, and there were 4 rows around it.
So say more about the 4.
So for like the 4th picture there, I just recognized the center one as a separate piece, and then added the ones going outward is that was like 4 separate rows. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I knew there were 4. There were always going to be a constant of 4 because it's an X pattern. So there were going to be 4 rows, and I multiplied it by the place, and then added 1.
So you're generalizing our pattern now.
Next.
So he's saying we know that we're adding 4 each time, right? We know that. And you went a step further to say, I also noticed that this in the middle is staying the same, and I'm adding 4 each time, right? So I can say that the 4th one, if I multiplied it by 4 and add 1, would that give me that 17? 4 times 4 is 16 plus 1 is 17. So then the 5th one, if we use that strategy, what did we say was in the 5th picture? 21. So can we use that generalization again? 4 times what? 5, because it's the 5th picture. Plus 1 more. 4 times 5 is 20. 20 plus 1 is 21. So then what can that help us find the 10th picture? What do you think would be in the 10th picture then? Let me write it down again. So we did 4 times, so like the 5th one, we did 4 times 5 plus 1. So then how would we use that to find the 10th one?
You just put 10.
Replace 5 with 10. So 4 times 10 plus 1 is what? 41. Okay, if we wanted to make sure that that was correct, what could we do?
Draw it out.
We could draw it out. And what would we have to do to draw it out? Make squares. What would we have to do each time?
Keep adding.
Keep
one
adding
to the end
4
of each. Like,
Yeah, keep adding another layer, adding 4 each time. So our generalization then is that we are multiplying the picture number. So in this case, it was the 5th picture by 4 because we were adding 4 each time and then adding 1. So that's our generalization. So then to find the 43rd, you said, what would we do?
4 times 43. Get 162 plus 1.
Plus 1 more. What do we think?
173.
173, 172. I was here. So that's why it's
173.
173, fine. Okay, so how did that feel? You want to know if it's right? How many squares in the 43rd picture? You were right. 173. How did that feel the second time around versus the first time?
not the correct answer to everybody the second time and not the first time.
So you didn't get to the 173 the first time, but you got there the second time. All right. Anyone else want to share how that felt? What did I do differently?
Multiplied instead of adding.
Multiplied instead of adding.
So we looked at the pattern in different ways. So instead of saying the 5, he saw 4, 4, 4. He dissected the 5 pattern.
Okay. What did I do differently?
You scaffolded.
I scaffolded. Can you say more about that?
You guided us without telling us the answer.
I guided
asked
you.
us questions. Yeah.
How did I start it?
Just throwing us into the waters.
Okay, let's ignore what I mean the first time we did it. I'm saying, how did I start the second time?
We started smaller and worked our way up.
Was there an entry point for everyone? Teresa, did you want something?
You asked us to just notice, what are we noticing? Without even any guiding questions, just what are you noticing?
Yeah.
And from there, you ask some guiding questions.
So right away, there's an entry point for everyone to engage in this task. I'm not asking you to tell me what's the 43rd picture. I just asked you to tell me what do you see? What do you notice? So right away, we're eliminating that anxiety, or hopefully eliminating that anxiety of trying to find an answer. And I'm just saying, what are you noticing about this? Because think about if I just said, like I did, what would be in the 43rd picture? Your brain is right away just trying to find the answer to the 43rd versus looking at what's happening. So you can't see the forest through the trees, right? So you're missing the big pieces. Many of us were missing the big pieces because we were so focused on, okay, what's the 43rd? How am I going to get there? But if you give kids opportunities to just notice things first, that can alleviate some of that stress and give them that opportunity to see some of the things that are going to be really important. So I asked questions and provided some scaffolding to help us build to that. And then also, giving us opportunities to talk to each other as well. It wasn't just like, hey, go do this, right? We talked together. Awesome. Okay. So in addition to asking questions to help scaffold student thinking, we also need to consider what types of questions we're asking kids and to assess their understanding. So I want you to take, for example, this scenario here that I've got. So a teacher asks a student, what is the area of a square with a side length of 4? A teacher asks a student this. Student says 16. Okay. Teacher says, great. Does that make sense? Student says, yep, sure does. But guess what? This student actually has a misconception about finding area. How could that be? They got the right answer. Area of a square with a side length of 4 is 16. How did they do it wrong?
They could have been doing a perimeter instead.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they maybe added up all 4 sides. Yeah. Exactly. So let's try this scenario again. What do you think would be a better question to ask that student? Teacher asks, what's the area of a square with a side length of 4? Student says 16. What do you think would be a better question instead of, does that make sense?
Like, how did you get there?
How did you get there?
What do we know about squares?
What do we know about squares? Anything else? Yeah. How do you know? How do you know it's 16? Instead of saying, great, does that make sense? I like how they're not even saying great. So we're not saying yes or no, you're right or wrong. So we're emphasizing that the answer is right. We're just saying, how do you know that it's 16? We're making it normal to just explain and justify our answers. The student says, well, the square sides are all 4 long, so I added them together and I got 16. So therein lies that issue. The student was actually confusing area with perimeter. So when they were asked, how do you know, the student was forced to explain their thinking. In this case, the response allowed the teacher to uncover a misunderstanding that the student that otherwise might have gone unnoticed if we hadn't dug a little deeper for them to justify their answer. So there's a and something I want to note here that's really important is that oftentimes my daughter, she is 6.5, and last year kindergarten, I was new to this position and I started asking her questions like, how do you know? Tell me more. And she would get so frustrated with me. And I'm like, girlfriend, it is kindergarten. Like I had 8th graders who would get mad at me when I asked them to justify their thinking. And to think that my 6-year-old is already like conditioned to be like, well, if you're questioning me, I must be wrong. You know what I mean? Like, no, I'm not, like, so it starts so soon for kids to feel like when you question them that you're saying that they're wrong. And so we need to, whether right or wrong, we need to be asking, how do you know? Justify your answer so that we're not emphasizing answer getting and we're emphasizing communication and justifying our answers, and to also take away that panic of like, okay, well, what I do wrong? Like, I'm just gonna, okay, you know what I mean? So we want them to justify how they got their answers and eliminate that panic. So in your packet, I included a list of questions that foster discussion. So there are a ton on here. There's more that I added that weren't included in that previous list. So this is something that I encourage you to use when you're working with students to encourage more elaborate responses from the kids that you're tutoring. And I do want to point out, because I know some of you detectives might notice it, under the second bullet point, helping students rely more on themselves to determine whether something is mathematically correct. There is a question that says, does that make sense? And I want to explain the difference. Okay, there is a time and place for saying, does your answer make like actual mathematical sense to this situation? Is your answer reasonable? Essentially is what that means. So we're not just saying, does that make sense? And then they say, yes, so we move on to the next problem. It's like, does it actually make sense given the context of this situation? So there's a list of questions that you could be using with kids when you are tutoring them. I'm gonna have you be facilitator one more time today. You're going to use this handout. So if you haven't taken it out yet, go ahead and find it in your folder. I think it's on the left side. And what we're going to do is we're going to practice different questioning scenarios. So in these scenarios, we're going to assess student understanding and address misconception. So with a partner, if you want to switch up partners, if you're sick of your elbow partner, you can work with the person across. If you have just really, if you're going to go cross-country skiing together now and you don't want to be split up, then you work together. So you're going to work with a partner and you're going to take turns playing the role of student and teacher. You will each read through your scenario independently. As the teacher, you're going to ask your student to answer the questions according to what is on your sheet, and then determine what understanding the student has by asking questions that foster discussion, and so using that sheet that I gave you, especially ones that encourage elaborate responses. Now, here's the thing, this is a little bit confusing. So there's a teacher sheet and a student sheet, okay? If you are the teacher, or when you are the teacher, you don't want to look at the student's sheet. So if you're the student, don't let them see your sheet at all, because you don't want them to know what misconceptions you might have. They want to pull that out of you. Okay? So as the teacher, it's your job to ask questions to try to figure out what their misconceptions are. What questions do you have about that? So don't look at the student sheet if you're the teacher for that particular problem. And I did say you would each have a turn, so there's gonna be 2 separate scenarios. Do you wanna have one teacher sheet and one student sheet, but they don't go to the same scenario? That makes sense? Okay. And 5 minutes and then we'll switch roles. This time, you know, I'm gonna tell you how you're gonna decide who goes first. It's gonna be the person who has lived in the most places. That can be states, that can be cities, that can be. Okay, and then switch roles. So let me pass these up first.
Oh,
Yeah.
Not lost on the direction.
No, you're gonna get. Either different scenarios. Okay.
So it's just like that, resolving the fact.
Oh,
So,
okay.
like, it's related.
Yeah.
Do others.
You guys just have to share. So are you guys working together this way or this
Yeah,
way?
I heard.
Okay, so and if you will go around with each other. Oh, okay. So just around and get the shot. Okay, okay.
So these are 3 scenarios.
Yep.
Yeah.
Are you the students?
I don't, these are 2 different scenarios.
Yeah.
Okay. It's gonna go around the other one for you. For you.
No problem.
So you guys are ready to say.
Well,
You can look at. Because they're for 2 different scenarios. Correct.
Here's so 2 different scenarios for you.
Yeah.
Everyone's Kristen's gonna come around and give that dice. 2 different sources. That's the different one of these.
Yeah, the data. All right.
All right. There's those. So my teacher scenario.
Sounds like you're so.
Yes. Where are you guys? 0 points.
All right, does not pass. You do not have.
They're yours. 0. Well, this is.
Yes. And you're right.
you don't wanna be.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one problem.
So my 0.
Yeah, I'm the teacher.
No, so then my job is to determine whether you're. Yeah. Just 3.
Where were you when I was doing it? Come on.
I think I get.
Go ahead and start. I know we have people who still need theirs, but go ahead and start. I'll get you kind of upstairs. All right, so you guys.
Interacting that to the correct. That's.
Tell you that? Okay.
We're not negative. I'm moving the dust. So you said that's why. I think there's like.
I got this. Out of a second. The middle number. Nothing else special to it.
Would it different number? Would it be a different number?
Yeah, and then I say, that, my understanding is when. So you asked me, what's the number? And I said, well, this number, was it hard to write that? You're gonna say, good job and tough luck. I didn't. So I would say things that. So I think that it's physically. Yeah, yeah, that was me.
They're on the right side. But to start with, this is yeah.
I wasn't.
Okay, and I'm working on ordering these, that's why.
And then the milk.
Yes. So.
Yeah, and like,
What does the word be?
Yeah. I feel like I'm happy right now.
Yeah.
If you haven't switched roles, you can do that. So that was.
This is the issue.
I think outliers and that you could get them wrong.
Reminds me of like.
But I need to wrap up here.
And I think.
You guys are gonna stick to lunch too. But. Or is the app out? But I didn't. Great.
And
I would love to spend a lot more time on talking through this, debriefing this. but I don't have it. I am almost done. But I am curious, what are some takeaways you have from doing this activity?
I think it reinforces the idea that assumption is a bad word. Assume a child or somebody knows what they're talking about, you really have to push a little bit.
We know what assume does. We keep in line, right? Yeah, yeah, we can't make assumptions that just because they got the right answer, that they necessarily have the understanding. Yeah. I'd love to spend more time on this, but I know I have to finish up. And so as we finish up, I do just want to remind you of what Dan said at the beginning, is that you gotta be kind to yourself because you will get stuck. And that there may be times that a student needs help with something that we aren't sure how to do ourselves. And I love how Teresa brought up, you know, to model that, like, I don't know the answer either. And to model that for kids, to show that it is okay. We don't know all the answers. We don't have to know all the answers. And as adults, we also have to seek help sometimes and struggle through things on our own. And it can be really powerful to be vulnerable with your students. So I just want to encourage you to remind yourself. And you don't have to know all of the math, right? Ask questions. What do you notice? What do you wonder? And you know what? If you're both stuck, Google it. We live in the era of Google. I mean, include the word math with the topic that you're searching in the search engine and either use images or videos to find something that can help you and have a conversation about it. That's perfectly fine. I think of how often I do that in my own life. We're going to Disney World next week. I'm taking my 2 girls to Disney World, and the number of times I've Googled, like, you know, like what time do I, or like, how do I, what can I pack? And just, I mean, all the things, right? So we have these little tiny computers in our pockets. We can use them. And then I also just want to mention I didn't really I talked about the number talk packet, but there's also, if you haven't noticed, there's also a handout that has, if you have a device, here are a few other options for you. So if you are working with a kid and they say to you, I have nothing to work on today, you know, you could always do, oh, which one doesn't belong, or a number talk, or same but different. So I included some ideas on that sheet and how you would get to those if you're interested. So our time is up. So you can reflect on this while you are eating your lunch. But I'd like to invite you to take one of these questions with you as you are enjoying your lunch today and think about reflecting on the morning. So how has your understanding of what math is evolved during the session? Which strategies or activities shared today can help the students you work with feel more confident or curious about math? Or what is one idea from today that you are excited to use in your tutoring this year? And I just want to say thank you so much for your time, and I hope you have a wonderful year with your students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So lunch is set up on the other side of this wall, starting at this end of the table. We have several leftover muffins, and I have some lunch bags for you. Feel free to pack some yummy things to take home with you. And that will also be the case at the end of the day for lunch. There are going to be extra cookies out there. Take some home with you. There will probably be extra sandwiches. Take those home with you. There are more than enough sandwiches for everybody to have 2 sandwiches. We have ham, turkey. There's a pasta salad. There's some chips. There's some leftover yogurt. There's a veggie tray. There's some leftover fruit from this morning. Some good snacks from this morning. That with all of that, you can find something that will suit your dining preferences for the day. And once we get it back in here, I might just yammer you just about a couple practical things for being in the schools, if you don't mind. But grab your lunch, use the bathrooms, and if it seems appropriate, I'll mention a few things in terms of working in the buildings themselves. But all of it can be figured out by looking at your packets and reading your book as well. So all gonna be fine if I don't do that. Thank you for your attention this morning. I hope you enjoy your lunch. We have until 12:45 before we start our math.
Reading.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Can't do beyond.
Like Jim.
Yes, Adam's a handy.
Yeah,
I met him.
Like, that's terrible.
Yeah.
It's like.
I don't think that's.
This how you get each.
Also about how it's supposed to be dollars per couple. This guy does.
It's like. Yeah, it's like.
Yeah, but I just realized that I didn't understand her. But again, like, I think she's a very. Yeah.
Yes. And a reward.
I read, but I didn't know every time.
Good job. Yeah. No one taught me that. Like, it seems like it's always thinking when you do like all the extras. Like, yeah.
And then my brain goes farther than that.
Yeah. It is. Yeah. 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 Okay. Yeah.
I did say about, yeah, 200.
I've gotten worse about it because. No, I feel like when you're in the classroom.
Animal.
I mean, I used to have so much.
Yeah, I mean, difficult beginning, for the reason maybe. I'll try it, I'll see, numbers, no, it was good though.
I appreciate it. Not that big.
Yeah.
They probably.
Everyone. At first, I would have taken you on north, I want to pest you.
Well, I just.
Oh, the one there was. This.
Yeah.
See that going on.
You'll be dreaming in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
It's pretty.
Thank you.
Present or?
No.
Just had it a long time, good.
Remember. And I really like this, so we'll just.
Very cute. I just love the color.
If I find it, I'll let you know.
Okay.
At the time. I did need it, yeah, thank you for bringing it back.
Exactly.
I know using. It's funny how you, the things you think you won't use, you use. Yes, so you don't. Right.
But the kids in Buell, always come to school with Mount Iron, or does they have their own high school?
Yeah, oh yeah, the beautiful school in Buell. From, well, yeah, somewhere late 80s or whatever, they consolidated.
That's one of the older consolidations.
Anyway, I have to hit the road. I was.
That was on the work. Wow.
Yes.
Right around that. Kind of ugly. Closing buildings.
Yeah. I know it's pretty tower when they closed their high school.
Yeah.
5 years ago, or when that was.
That's here. That's it. I'm glad to know that you did. With your chocolate cookie.
You ready to roll?
Ready to roll. Now everyone's gonna be off pulling.
Yeah, so paramedic, firefighter, and Virginia.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Also running. CPR, first aid.
Oh, wow.
ACLS PALS. Advanced stuff, as well as, like wilderness first aid as well, then some of my own curriculums that I wrote. Entry level stuff. So I stayed with him, and then, doing this, yes, I
wish
when I originally went to college, before I went to college to be a firefighter. And I'm married to a student teacher. Great over here. It was a natural fit. I don't worry.
What we found out at the fire. Yeah, anybody that does it.
You had some big time surgery.
You know, funny.
Oh,
But this even someone can call in and say, I can't come to work, I have to run to the hospital.
Certain
But I think I died.
So I, was in my heart for sure.
So far, so good.
But Teresa.
Well, it seems like the
The board members.
back when that fair.
Yeah.
Leader, yeah, she is our Phoenix.
We didn't.
Department of 36.
Yeah.
Time that
It's a good find.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry to take your thing.
I think the oldest one is 42.
Supposed to work.
scary stuff.
It is. Try not to think too hard about it while simultaneously. It's a fine line to run there. Practice your
Austin. So, them,
Yeah, that-
answer, you're still on the country portion. You some of those ash stuff is up the.
Yeah, you found it.
So there's it's PFAS. That's a funny crossover. Environmental toxicologist out of my. So they can disrupt their PFAS specifically. So he sends me an article like every 10 days about it. It's like, I grew up in the house that you were doing this work on. And yeah, it's primarily the PFAS. There's PFAS in all of our construction materials and a lot of combustibles, a lot of fire materials, including our gear, which initially when they approve it for use, it's because they can't detect any PFAS being put off your gear. Because it doesn't get put off until it's heat activated, until it's off gassing, because the barrier the actual exposure to fire. So microplastics. And it's there's a massive variety of piloted heavily by 3M, which is the same person that you see all over cancer. Down by the river. So microplastics, all sorts of stuff, heavily, some of the older guys that got cancer from it, in firefighting foam, so aqueous foam. It works exceptionally well at separating the chemical requirements of fire, but it also off gas, it's absolutely terrible stuff. It's a forever system naturally. They have found that giving blood, giving plasma, decreases plasma production. Yeah, that's that is the issue. Unfortunately, almost everybody that lives in the USA in the last 30 or 40 years has a little bit of microplastic. But I fire service. detail of understanding. Retired. By retired, I mean, now, like, this week he's in Iceland doing rock on. So like he retired from his work. And got out right where.
What is the solution?
In the moment, persistent monitoring on primarily water supplies, like we're talking about, like community scale issues or population scale issues, and fairly stringent requirements, so it can be filtered out. You end up water systems. Within the fire service, we've enacted several different businesses as we don't use the bulk, so that's a different variety of bulk. Use here. Quarters with us, we don't do that anymore. We used to put on our turnout gear for every single call that went out.
Good for her. Yeah, okay, so that's serious.
That's about that. Gas alarm or something that we do wrong.
So. Now they're.
Turnout gear. We limit the amount of time that we do that. We have clean compartments in all the new rigs that come out, so that when you fight a fire, you take off the gear. Put it in that compartment that's separated from the pack. And
You're on
used to light several fires in. And now every time.
So I would say they. You know what I mean?
And they do seem.
Yeah.
They've only been enacted for about a decade.
Yeah.
That type of. Talking about the scale.
I would.
It's hard to make a really good assessment on it from that, but it seems to be working.
It's become a.
Because the one fella that got it was just barely of the generation that we just smoke a lot. Did a lot of Air Force, like air.
I had kids in the school.
Airplane firefighting. The other two gentlemen that had it. Harder to attach that to the place, because we all know the time.
Okay.
But, one guy did a lot. Not because we're not taking care of it, because it's just the personality characteristic that makes you do hard work basis. So we have external exposures, and that's been. It's such a rare. I mean, certainly he had external exposures making it good for him. But like, it's just so rare, it's hard to put a finger on it specifically. However, like the one gentleman that got it.
Give you, mention a couple things about working in the schools while you dine, and I'll try to make this really quick. The least important of everything today, but yet it's pretty important, so that you know the logistics of how things work once you get into the buildings. Each building requires that you go through a check-in process. So you go to the main office, you sign in at the front desk. Each school has their own visitor logbook. They want you to sign in the time you arrive. They want you to say where you're going. You can even just say buying tutor, because you might be working in 2 or 3 different classrooms. It depends on your plan for the day. If you're always going to the same teacher, or you're only going to one teacher's room that day, you can pick the name of that teacher. And then at the end, you're gonna go back to that same logbook in the main office and just indicate that you're now leaving. It's now 2:45 or whatever the time is that you're going to leave. So that's the school's process. You're gonna check in with the classroom teacher to find out what they might want for you to do that day with the tutors. And this is also a teacher by teacher arrangement. And so what should happen at the beginning, on your first day of tutoring, what should happen is that the site coordinator will meet you at the main office and walk you down to the teacher with whom you're going to be working that day. Make that introduction and find out in general, how is that teacher going to work with the tutor throughout the year? Are you going to be bringing supplemental supplies? Are you going to be using some of the strategies that Kristen just said? You know, if a kid shows up with nothing to work on, here are some things you can do. Or is the teacher going to have a plan for you? Now, when teachers make referrals, just like you guys filled out an online volunteer form that came to me, and I know how to contact you and what grade levels you want to tutor, content areas you want to tutor, schools you want to work in, whatever. On the other side, I have teachers submitting referral forms telling me I have these kids who need individual help. This one needs individual help in reading for 3rd grade. This one needs individual help in math for 7th grade, whatever. Part of that referral form that teachers complete for me and submit online includes, are you going to have resources for the tutors to use? So far, every referral that has been submitted to me has the teacher supplying the resources that tutors will be using with the kids, which is how it should be. It shouldn't be on our shoulders to create a lesson plan and figure out what we're going to do with the kids that day. So I asked that question kind of to coach the teachers or let them know, okay, if you're saying yes, you have materials for the tutors to use, then in my little passive way, when I'm doing the same, make sure you have those ready for the tutor, right? So the teachers should have supplies for you to use, whether it's a textbook, a workbook, a reading passage, a game to play, flashcards, whatever it is. The teachers should have supplies for you that day. Some teachers are asking that the tutors are helping kids complete homework assignments. So the students, that it's on them to show up with a homework assignment. Well, I can tell you from working with tutors in the past few years, you can't always count on kids to show up with the homework assignment. So now you send them back to the classroom or back to their locker to get their assignment. That reduces the amount of time you have to help them in that. Sometimes that will happen. Sometimes there's going to be a gap where you do have a student who doesn't have anything to work on that day. And you can use some of the ideas that Kristen shared with you earlier today. You can play, there are, most buildings in the library will have games that you could select. And so there are games that you could play with kids. If nothing else, and there's usually more to playing with games, there are a lot of learning skills that can be involved. But it gives you an opportunity to build that relationship with the student. And another very, very go-to idea is to read with the students. Again, you are fostering the love of reading and you're working on that relationship. Okay, so on day 1 of your tutoring, you should have the site coordinator. Site coordinator will meet you in your office, take you to the teacher, make that introduction, introduce you to the kid. Find where you're going to be working with the students. Some teachers always have tutors work in the same place. Sometimes it changes. It is different teacher to teacher, building to building, but the site coordinator is going to help you navigate them. You feel like there's a gap and you're not getting the information you need, either make an executive decision on your own or speak up and say, I need some guidance here. Speak up to the teacher, speak up to the site coordinator, speak up to me. But just make sure that you feel like the way that your opportunity to work with kids is the best that it can be. And truly trust yourself. Trust yourselves. And if you feel like you need more support, I'm here. Site coordinators are here. Classroom teachers are also available to help us with that. At the end of the day, then you're gonna go back to the office, and like I said, you're gonna sign out using the school logout system. This is what's on the screen now, and what's in your second packet on the left side of your folder. This is a log of recording your service hours for the month. For those of you who have tutored with us in the past, this looks a little different than it has. So it's color coded, individual tutoring in yellow and the full class in blue. These are pretty easy. But if you would please just record the number of kids that you're helping individually in any of those content areas, that would be very helpful. You're gonna fill in all of this stuff up here. And then the dates, and at the end of the day, you're gonna tell me how many hours you were working. But then it's very helpful for me to know for individual kids, how many did you tutor in each of these content For full class tutoring, you might, it depends on how the teacher uses you in the full class. So you might work with 8 kids on a given day and you're rotating through and reading for 10 minutes or so with each student. So then you would say 8 kids in reading. Maybe that teacher has math centers set up and you're going to be at a math center and you're there for an hour. And during that hour, there are 4 rotations, and in each rotation, 4 kids are coming to the math center. So you actually are working with 16 kids in math that day. So whatever your day looks like in that full class setting, you can try to break it apart by content area and the number of kids that you supported. Things get a little different with the small group tutoring, because if you are a small group tutor, a teacher is asking you to work with small groups, you're probably going to be working with multiple groups in one day, just kind of like what the math center example I gave you just now. So what I'm hoping you'll do is tell me, I worked with 4 reading groups and 2 science groups, and in total, I might have done 3 reading groups, but it was a total of 15 kids. If you could do that for me, it would be extremely helpful. The reason this matters is some of our grant funders need to see service data. It's a return on investment. They want to see how many kids we're supporting and kind of how cost effective our program is. It helps guide them in terms of their funding decisions. We've been very fortunate with funding organizations funding us. I think part of it is because we have really solid service data demonstrating the high numbers of kids that we are supporting. What's been tricky for me is, well, it doesn't matter what's been tricky for me. If you guys, if we flip back, I'm so sorry. If you don't mind switching to this method of recording your time, it will help me keep even better records with a lot less flipping back and forth to, it doesn't matter. This will be very helpful. This will just be very, very helpful. And so for the new people, this is all you know. So it's not really an adjustment, but for all of you, if it's a hassle, if you see a better way to record your time, again, please let me know, because it's important for me. It helps our funding, but the most important part of the day is the work you do with the kids. So I don't want this to take away from that. If this becomes a big hassle, I'd love to hear about it. And if you have suggestions for a better way to do it, I would love to hear that as well. But for right now, this is what I've come up with for my purposes, but only mine. So you need to let me know if it works for you or if it doesn't. I am, Sarah and I, our program director, Sarah is go ahead, Becky.
So you have the date, let's say, okay, Monday, November 10th or whatever. Number of hours, is that the total hours you're there?
Yes.
So, okay, because last year I was splitting. One class I was there for half an hour and I did reading, then the next one I would put,
So let's
1 hour in math.
Let's use yours as an example, because your sheets were so easy for me to work with. So Becky, you went from classroom to classroom. And so each time so you would have November 10th, November 10th, November 10th, November 10th, and an hour here, an hour here, and 2 hours there, or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you would tell me exactly what was happening in those classrooms. That was awesome.
Do you want me to combine it this year?
I loved what you were doing.
Oh, okay. So that was easy for me to keep track of.
Yeah.
Okay.
For me, that was great.
So I can, the heading has a spot for one teacher, so you're going to multiple classrooms with different teachers.
Yeah, I think that if you're going to, if you're working with multiple teachers, just put, Johnson / Sarah / Graver.
Okay. Instead of a different sheet for each teacher. Okay.
A different sheet for each teacher is great. I just worry about it being too much of a hassle for you guys.
I guess it depends on if you're going to 5 different teachers. Ridiculous to 5 sheets.
I would say, Becky made an executive decision last year for what worked for her, and it just so happened that it worked really well for how I did it. I asked you to do the same thing. Make an executive decision for how these sheets best document your time. And if it makes sense to have 2 or 3 separate sheets in the folder, I'll tell you where the folder is, sorry. In the folder, one for the first grade teacher, one for the third grade teacher, one for the fifth grade teacher. That's easiest for you. That's great. It's actually very easy for me. It's easier for me as well. At the front desk of each building is just a VinE folder. And either it'll be sitting out where you can see it easily, or you ask the front desk secretary, I'm here to volunteer for VinE, can I sign up using, can I have the VinE folder? And these sheets will all be in the VinE folder. So the first time you show up, you'll grab a sheet and fill it up. Or grab 3 sheets if you're in 3 classrooms that day and you want to do 3 separate sheets. At the end of the month, the site coordinator pulls those out, then I collect them and tabulate all that data. And the site coordinator puts in new sheets for the new month. So each month, you'll be starting new sheets. Anita?
I think Becky's idea is genius. I have 6 different teachers this year. So I think what I would do is do the same date on a page and do every box for a different place I'm going to. That would allow me to better define what I'm doing in each of those places. But also the other piece to that is, what if we're just in a classroom and the timing seems off and we're just gonna observe that half hour? How would I document my time there in that classroom? It happened that she was still doing whole group instruction and I just stayed in the classroom. I didn't monitor much even, it was basically very teacher directed.
I'm other, say other, and that you.
Would I call it 22 kids?
Yes. I might not include it in our record, not the
All right.
number of kids that we serve. But it does document your time. And see, this is, I keep track of the number of hours that tutors serve from month to month, and then over the course of the whole year. I keep track of the number of tutoring sessions that are provided month to month and over the course of the whole year. And I do this by schools. And I keep track of which content areas and how the services that we're providing in each content area. I keep track of how many individual tutoring sessions, small group, full class, all of that data I keep track of. So for you, in your example, Anita, to say that you were observing for 30 minutes, I would include in my service numbers that 30-minute block of time that you're sharing with the school or with the teacher, because you're not just there because you don't want to go home. You're there because you are listening and learning and hearing what's happening in the classroom, so then you can provide good student support. So
I contribute a bit. My other thought is that I might just carry that sheet with me this year, because that's standing at the end of the day and trying to document everything we did and number of kids and then just make sure I get it to the folder before the end of the month.
That's the only issue I see with that, is to make sure those sheets end up in the folders. We are considering switching to a digital format for time tracking, and that is really going to come down to personal choice. And we're planning, Sarah's working on that right now. We're planning to pilot that with a few people, get their feedback, make some adjustments, and then offer it as a choice. If you want something on your phone, if you want an iPad at the front desk, if you want the traditional hard copy, whatever. We are looking at a digital format, and part of the reason for that is just helping me tabulate data more efficiently. It really takes a lot of time to do this for all of the schools. So that's really what I needed to share about that, because this is different than what we've done last year. And does anybody have a question before I stop? Okay. Thank you. So thank you for letting me take up the last few minutes of your lunchtime. Amy and Angie, are you guys ready to roll? Yep. Okay, and then let me just take a quick look. So we don't really have a break built in this afternoon, so you take one when you need it, and remember to use the lunch bags for taking home leftovers, please. I also have small little containers if you want to take home some of the pasta salad.
And then you just get the out.
Oh, that's
Assuming somebody was eating pistachio in my office. That was cheese. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's very nice. Yeah.
Variable capability.
Anyway, sorry, like it is one. This keeps good.
Okay, no, so I'm not that smart like. Yeah.
If I could have a dumb phone, then that's too much stuff. Yeah, else too many things that travel. So. There's, yeah. Certainly.
Okay, that's. No, oh, but I stopped picking. Maybe she's. Gotta find it through all the corn and soybean.
I know somebody. I thought I put it in the wrong place.
Okay.
So I'll just add it there. Okay.
Well, and I don't know if that happened. Like all the other ones. I'll remember that one from the tip. I think that's. Let's see.
That's on their website.
Oh my god. Is there only five?
Amy, do I have that? Am I in that? Or what? I've just not seen it. Can you add me to that folder?
Some tuners.
Okay. Right. Yeah, yeah.
Down there, down at.
Yep.
All right.
Sure. Maybe you can work. Yeah.
Then it's like things.
It's like it was in the movie. Oh, it's Howard. Yes.
I don't think I go to school.
Yeah. There's Brooke on this trip.
No, it's Monday.
Yeah.
I think that's because.
Yeah, one like, I know, like. I know. Five hours. You got like two.
So I'm just realizing I'm just sharing. I'm putting our.
Yeah, I just have to look at myself, yeah.
Nervous, like.
Yeah, straight.
So we have just a minute before our literacy presenters start, but I really want to reiterate that there are many extra sandwiches and there are lunch bags out there. Please help yourselves. There are small little containers for the salad. Please take some of that. Take home veggies. The fruit's a little bit harder, but maybe that can work in a lunch bag or one of the containers. But please help yourselves because I don't want any of that to go to waste and it can't all go to my house. So please help with that.
Hey, Amy, had that show.
Oh, plastic.
Just share.
Thank
you for that.
I put them out, but I.
It's self-taught from
Okay.
So excited, tell you what's going on in the world. It's part of the system, it doesn't, you know, do that, but it talks about it, valuable things.
Yeah, it's coaching at like the middle school and high school level, need somebody just around them.
Okay, so to jump in shared with you, eventually, I just shared it with the account.
Tired? I used to work on. But now not every day is Saturday, every day is just a day. Yeah.
The general.
Through the errors.
Then I'll do your. Okay. Having some technical sharing difficulties, so then I thought I figured it out. And then I didn't, and I thought I figured it out again, and I didn't. First time, right? So Evie and I are super excited to be here with you, and actually, we thought, since it's right after lunch, that this was actually Amy's idea, so I'll let her explain and introduce, but we figured after lunch, we're gonna be talking about literacy. We have full bellies, we're probably a little bit tired, and feel, it's warm in here though, at least we have that. No, I'm pretty right now. Hold on, time. Yeah, so I don't know, Amy, do you wanna explain anything about that, or do we wanna?
Well, not too much to explain. So I mean, Maki, I'm the literacy lead here at the North Service Club, and joined today by Nikki Ojanen, who's one of our literacy coaches. And last year at this time, we were supposed to have a second one, but we didn't have a second literacy coach. So we're really excited. This year we have Judy Video, who's not here with us, as she's doing some training around letters. So she's not here today to join us, but she's also one of our other literacy coaches. So,
and we have an introduction slide.
Yeah.
Well, we might have to rethink and put our introduction slide first.
We'll see what happens. So we're both super excited to be here with you today. I couldn't be here last year with you, so it's exciting to see all of you. I've just been involved with VinE in a little different capacity in another part of my career. So anyways, it's nice to be here with you guys today. We live, eat, and breathe literacy all the time. In fact, I was showing my husband this last night, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I was laughing. Yeah, he did find this funny as I did. But it's on education, right? So I'm like, these are the kind of jokes that we do in literacy. And so last night I received a text. There's 9 literacy leads in the state, and so we have this group text, and this is kind of how we spend our evenings every once in a while. Make each other laugh. We send each other stand-up comedy shows. So this gentleman's from Great Britain. He has a couple different acts recorded on YouTube, but this is the one that made us laugh last night. It's called Silent Letter Day.
And we thought it'd be good to start with a laugh. And when you think about like literacy instruction and how do we instruct in the English language, this is just a really good kind of poking fun at it a little bit. It also reminds me of, if you guys ever watched the Gallagher skit from a long time ago, when he's talking about how when you change the letters, like B-O-M-B is bomb, is C-O-M-B calm? No, that's home. So this is something kind of along those same lines.
The English language was created by English people. I don't know when, but we decided to get letters to form words so we can communicate. But we also decided to sprinkle, for no apparent reason, letters within these words that are silent forever. Why? Like the word hour, for example. Why is the word hour spelt with an H? Why is there an H? The silent H. Nobody has ever said, I'll see you in a hour. I'll see you in a hour. I'm just going to pick up the sandwich. I'll be back in a hour. Half a hour. Even half has an L in it. It's like half a hour. How long is the journey? About half a hour to a hour. The sandwich shop is half a hour away. It's a waste of everybody's time. The word subtle, would anybody object if it was spelled S-U-T-L-E? Not a single person would. But there's a B in the middle going, shh, just ignore me. Just ignore me forever. I'm silent. I've been left here, left behind. I don't know, I was destined for another word, baboon, but here I am with you. How I long to be in the word baboon where I have a purpose. Like all those words that should begin with N, but have a K of all the letters. Why would a K be silent? Knickers. Why is it knuckles? So I've been thinking about this, as you can probably tell, and I think we should have a day. We should have a day. Silent letter day. Where they all come out to play. It would be on a Wednesday. A Wednesday. Sometime in the autumn. In the autumn. Could be in February. I haven't told this till time. Could be in February or the autumn. And we will spend the day together, families together, talking, and walking. We'll go for walks. And climbing. Knitting, a lot of knitting. People will save up their knitting to do on Silent Letter Day. And the knife is the only cutlery that you're allowed to use, the knife. No other cutlery is allowed on Silent Letter Day. Food is buffet style. You go along with your knife. There's salmon and swordfish and sandwiches and yogurt, and you use your knife. All the flavors are very subtle flavors. And the gnome will be the symbol of Silent Letter Day. Like Father Christmas, at Christmas, the gnome, everybody gives each other a gnome to celebrate. Happy Silent Letter Day, I got you a gnome. I've kept it hidden in the cupboard for months. I wrapped it up. Do you like it? I wrapped it up. I cut the wrapping paper with scissors. I use scissors to cut the wrapping paper. I'm so sorry, I forgot. I didn't realise. Is it really Silent Letter Day? Is it honestly Silent Letter Day? You mean honestly? Yes, it is honestly. You should have known. You'll never listen. I'm not giving you a gnome. I'm sorry. I'm taking it back to the shop. I've kept the receipt. And at the end of the day, we will celebrate with champagne. Of course we will. Can I have you some champagne? Happy Silent Letter Day. Just a drop. Maybe just a splash. Oh, there's a knock at the door. Who would that be? Oh, it's Chloe and Isla. Sorry, Chloe and Isla. My old friends from school. Fascinating. Grab a knife. Help yourself to lasagna. There's some lasagna. And at the end of the day, when we are knackered, we go to sleep at 1/2 past the hour.
Yeah, quite a few things you can look up and, just a little literacy humor. This is how we live in our literacy world. Yeah. And, like we said, that's part of like literacy instruction, helping kiddos with those. I guarantee all of you, when he was going through this, I'm like, I've had champagne, or I've had witnessing. So we don't have to go through this because Kristen started the morning kind of going through this and talking about our partnership. So our Minnesota Service Cooperative and our MDE partnership. I thought this was good to include, though it shows the map. So obviously we're up here, we're in the biggest region geographically in our state in the Northwest, or sorry, in the Northeast. Freiburg's that little gray area down by the cities, they support more schools than we do, but they're the smallest. So just showing you guys this. Amy, anything we want to add about this? Like I said, Kristen talked about it a little bit already.
We have over 40 districts that we service. That's not schools, that's over 40 districts that we service. And we're at about 5-6 counties, I think, that we also work with. So yes, geographically we're big. And the reason why we share this is that all of these co-ops have a literacy lead and at least a minimum of 1 literacy coach up to 5 literacy coaches, because we're helping with the implementation of the Minnesota READ Act. Minnesota READ Act, as you have heard maybe in passing, or because we're here last year, maybe you're new, is a statute that was passed back in 2023. And that is a statute for grades pre-K through 12, and how we support literacy. So the state of Minnesota said, hey, we're not doing so great. Our scores are dropping. We're dropping behind the nation in reading and literacy. So they passed this READ Act, which we'll go through. But the one way that they decided that they could get this done is with leads and coaches at each service club. So that's why we like to share that.
Which is really neat. And Minnesota is actually the first state that has done an initiative like this, K-12 or pre-K through 12. There are other states that are doing something similar, that's like pre-K through 3. And we are the first state in the United States to do it K-12. So pretty cool. So our learning objectives our introductions are after. Sorry, I should have put them in the new order. But really by the end of our couple hours together this afternoon, we are really hoping, and I do see some familiar faces, so we tried to switch it up from what we did last year, but kind of our outcomes are the same. We want to just have a basic understanding of the science of reading. So like, what is the READ Act? What is the science of reading? How might that impact the work that you do with your students? And then we're going to have a big chunk of time together to look at the foundational reading skills, what those look like, how might you support your students that are struggling in those skills, how would you know your students are struggling with those skills? So that's kind of where we're going. So now that we've talked to you for a few minutes, we'll tell you who we are. So I'm in the middle. I'll start just because I'm talking already. And my name is Nikki Ojanen. Like Amy said, I am one of the literacy coaches here at Northeast Service Co-op. And just a little bit about my journey. I have been a teacher. This is my 20th year of work in education, and I actually came to literacy by way of working in science. Like I was a science teacher at a middle school for 15-ish, 14 years, something like that. And then started working in literacy because I saw the impact that like reading and learning to read and helping my students with reading had in my science classroom. And then the opportunity to do it at a district level and then at a regional level came up, and I'm super passionate about it. I'm really excited about it. I'm excited to hear. I think the work you're doing is so important. And yeah, so that's me a little bit, and that's my family in Nevada. Not all of them, just the first 4. Like, so my 4, I claim these 4. So here's my husband, Jeff, and then we have 2 littles. Our oldest, Eleanor, is in 4th grade this year. And then our youngest, Quinn, is a 1st grader. So that is me.
So if you go into any literacy training, it might be like, well, why are they sharing their professional and personal? Part of, as we go through as leads and coaches, the Minnesota Department of Ed really encourages anytime that we're doing trainings that we really make it real, right? Like we're not these people that just pull out of anywhere. We don't have any experience. So they really like for us to establish our purpose and our why we're here with you and who we are and what we've, come to the table with, to you with. Actually, that's my 27th year in education. I'm the lead here at the Northeast Service Co-op. I've been all over the place. I started my career in Duluth, graduated from Scholastica, but started down there teaching 3rd grade, and then I went all the way up to Ely for quite a few years, doing some various roles and responsibilities up there in education, such as a teacher, dean of students, all sorts of stuff. Was here at Virginia before they became Rockridge. I've been at the co-op, and then I just came here. I've been here for about 2 years into November. I look back at Tara, I'm like, how long have I been? About 2 years. But
right before I came, I was a principal at Misabi East Elementary School for about a little over 10 years. And so really excited about all the experiences I've had in education. Literacy has always been that driving factor for me, no matter what role I've been in. Lots of people along the way have really been a huge influence for the why I've got into literacy. My grandmother, my younger sister, all sorts of stories that go along with that. As you'll notice kind of on the screen with all of us as a team, we've been trained in various PD, which I'll talk about here in a second, but we're all trained in either carry-all or letters or something called OLA, which I'll explain further on what that looks like. One other training that we are all trained on is called para-reader, and that does apply to paraprofessionals and educators in districts as well as volunteers. That is something that they put into statute, which again, we're very appreciative of, because typically trainings start with teachers and then we forget about all the other important people in students' lives. And so we're really actually excited that the legislators have recognized the importance that all people, all adults play in their lives. On a personal level, that's my family in the bottom. I have 2 children. My husband is the tall one. He's in the white shirt with the orange paw. We're down in Texas last year for the Clemson, Texas game. Our daughter, who's in the white skirt, is a junior biochem major down at Clemson in South Carolina. And our son on the end there is a senior at Rockridge. My husband has a practice up in Evelyn. He's a chiropractor up there. But we spend a lot of time outdoors, fishing and hunting. We have a place up on Lake Vermilion, so we spend a lot of time on the tower end of Lake Vermilion. But anyways, so that's a little bit about us. Our coach, Judy, another literacy coach. We've been talking too much. Literacy coach is Judy. She's got over 34 years of education as well. Classroom teacher, MTSS coach, as well as being a principal. And similar trainings that Nikki and I have. And that's her as a classroom teacher, I think, with one of her, with one of her 6th grade students or something like that.
First grade. Those are when she taught first grade. That's her teaching for her.
So anyway, so that's us as a team. Now you know who we are. If you see us on the street, now you have one fact you can pull out, I guess. I don't know.
Well, and I was just gonna say, and 2, I just want to recognize that our Compass supervisor, Tara Lindstrom, is also joining us, and just it's really Compass. So you heard Kristen mention that, and just so you guys kind of know, collaborative Minnesota partnerships to advance student success.
Wow.
That was the thing at the state fair when your MDA had a booth and you had to tell them what Compass stood for. But we have lots of people on our team. So we have Kristen and Steph that work with math, Judy and Amy and I work with literacy, but we also have people on our team that work with special education populations, with Minnesota multi-tiered systems of supports, culturally responsive education. So we have, and I know I'm forgetting people, continuous improvement, right. But we have a huge team, like our education team here at the co-op, and the co-op does a lot more than just education, but this is Tara. So I just wanted to use all of us. She keeps us in line. She keeps us in line. Good job. All right, and then one more thing before we dig into, these are my favorite if you ever come to a training with me and any other time in your life. I mean, I don't know why you would, but maybe next year. I love mood leaders. And so I figured after lunch, we wanted to just take a second and let you talk with your table, because you have been listening to Amy and I for the last, and Michael McIntyre for the last 15 minutes. So just take a second at your table and check in. This is a great thing to do with students that you're working with as well. Like if you are pulling out a student, you could even have these, there's a website that I could share with it. If anybody is interested, I could share it at the end where they have all of these pre-made. I don't take the time to make these. There is a website with like probably 100 of them. And so what mood meters are, if you're not familiar, typically on the left side are going to be emotions that are associated with low pleasantness. We don't want to say negative because it is okay if you're on that side, that's just low pleasantness. On the right side are higher pleasantness, and then on the top, those are our higher energy emotions, and on the bottom are our lower energy emotions. So you can even have, you don't even need pictures, even if you have like a square and you're working with students and you just say, hey, where are you at today? It's really nice, and then it kind of gives you a little insight of like what you're working with. So go ahead, take a second just with your table. Like Kristen said, I hope you like the people you're sitting with, because we're going to do a lot of like elbow partners and turn and talk. But go ahead, just with your table, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4 counterclockwise. Go ahead, where are you guys at? How are you feeling this afternoon? Again, 1 and 2 are not bad. That's okay. If you're at a 1 or 2, it's okay.
No.
And I wish I was one, like, who knows what she says right after. Did you wanna share?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you wanna manage that, where are you at? How are you feeling?
Second sandwich. Yeah.
We got some free. So most people are feeling okay, some, I see a 2, like that's okay. So that's good, that's just, and it's a great thing for your students too, to just recognize they're trying not very fast. And so they can recognize that and help them to figure out how they're approaching a situation based on where they're doing. Okay.
So again, thank you for joining us. We're going to start off by going through just the READ Act. We won't go through everything in super detail. Like I said, we read this all day long. We look at statute, we look at, I mean, we've become experts at how to quickly read through the statute, which by the way, can be a little boring. It's a good, if you can't sleep at night, go read the statute on the READ Act. But it's also some good trivia if you're ever with your family or friends. So we're going to start off just kind of going about like, how did this come about? What does it look like? How does the state plan on doing this? Because this is a pretty heavy lift. So we always start off with what the READ Act stands for, Minnesota, and it's Reading to Ensure Academic Development. So it's Reading to Ensure Academic Development Act. There has always been some form of legislation around reading, but it's typically been for grades K through 2, eventually moved up to K through 3, but this is the first time it's been pre-K through 12. So that's why it's a really big deal. It's a really big heavy lift. It's not just all on the elementary. So you'll notice that yes, it's important that we build those foundational skills early on, but we've also recognized that there are students who are in 8th grade, 10th grade, and they're still struggling to read. And so the state said, we have to do something. Can't just wait for those 3rd graders and, back in 2023 to get to be 12th graders. We need to do something. So that's how the READ Act came along. Go ahead and take a minute to read this to yourself. And as you read it, then I'm going to ask you, when you're done, shout out some words or phrases that you recognize or notice. Anyone know anything? Any words that stand out to you?
Every.
Anything else?
At or above.
At or above? Yep. Individualized? Yep. Yeah.
It's no longer reading at grade level by grade 3. It's every grade level.
Yep. Anything else? Multilingual learners and students receiving special education. That's also inclusive of those 2 groups of kids. Here's how it gets summed up. This is the why. All children reading at grade level every year. So every time we do a training, we talk, this is our why. This is why we are doing the work. This is why that statute's in place, that we want all children to be reading at grade level every year. When you actually process those words and think about that, that's a really ambitious goal. And every time we do this training and we put up that why, we watch people's faces and everyone goes, whoa, how are they doing this? How does that work? So this is how this is the roadmap basically that the state has on how they plan to reach that why. It's called the Minnesota READ Act Theory of Change. And there's 5 main elements to that.
Don't try to read all those words right now because we're gonna.
Right. Right. We're gonna summarize those for you, but their idea is that 1, train everyone on the science of reading, being inclusive of the structural literacy practices. 2, the second element is around student screening, and that includes universal screening students in K through 3, and then in grades 4+, screening students for reading difficulties,
including characteristics of dyslexia. We're gonna talk about that characteristics of dyslexia here in a little bit. Making sure that curricular resources are aligned with structural literacy practices, making sure that schools are using evidence-based reading interventions, and then making sure that every school has a local literacy plan that reports on their district level data as well as their individual student data. And we'll go through details about these in a second, but that's their roadmap. This is what they're looking at, that if we put these 5 elements in place, we will be able to achieve that ambitious goal of our goal.
And those of you that were here last year, like if you were doing this training at this time last year, we did talk about the redact, but this theory of change is actually something that they have just kind of fairly recently put into print to share, right?
Yeah.
And so it's nice to just say it is a really big goal to say we want all of our kids reading at grade level every year, but instead of just saying, hey, we want to do this, then not really having a plan, this is the plan. And so we're going to talk, and you'll see, like, as we're going through each of these 5 elements, hopefully you see some places where the work that you're doing fits into these little packets. So I would just encourage you as we go through them, just to think about what this means for you.
So they've had a roadmap. I think it came out in August. We were sitting down and I think everyone was like, it just feels like it's just, there's here and then there's something here. And so it was nice that they decided to finally share this a little bit with us in print. So we're really appreciative because it's been extremely helpful in schools. I've been out into a couple of schools and basically we call it the Redact 101 show. So I've been going out to schools and sharing, and it just provides a little bit of insight as to where are we going, because everything feels a little posh. MD, sometimes we get the cart before the horse sometimes, so it's nice to have a little background, like where are they at? I think that's a plan. So first we'll start off with that first element, the science of reading. The science of reading is around professional development for teachers. The idea is to train the teachers around science of reading research, which is inclusive of structured literacy and focuses on instruction that is explicit, systematic, sequential, and diagnostic. And so on the bottom of the screen, I'm just going to define those a little bit more for you. So we're going to start with sequential. Sequential and systematic are very closely, pretty closely defined. Nikki and I were back there earlier just talking about it again, saying, gosh, like how do we clearly define what those look like? But sequential starts off with really looking at things that are systematic and cumulative. So think in terms of a grade level. You've been in classrooms where there might be 2 or 3, 4, 5 third grade classrooms, right? And so it's really looking at that horizontal view, like what's happening in that third grade classroom, what's happening in that third grade classroom, what's happening in that third grade classroom. We want to be moving from, basic prerequisite skills and moving them towards more advanced. And so what are we doing as classroom teachers to help students move through that grade level system so that they are ready for grade? Your MCAs, we talked about MCAs, so your ELA standards would play a huge part in that as you're planning with your third grade teachers, right? We're going to want to make sure that we're looking at those third grade standards. We're on the same path. We're moving through the same system on what that looks like. Systematic, again, is around a scope and sequence. This is more about that vertical alignment. What did they learn in second grade? I'm in third grade. What did they learn in second grade? What do I need to teach them in third grade? But what do they need to know for fourth grade moving forward? Okay, so that's horizontal and vertical. I think that's the best way that we've come up with a definition to simply explain it. In systematic, you're also looking at making sure that the skills and the content align, right? We don't want to be, their skill is here and we're doing different content, or we want to make sure that we're giving them supports and scaffolding our instruction so the kids are able to be successful with those standards or the concepts that we're teaching. Explicit instruction. This is something that's really key around science of reading. And as we're providing structural literacy in the classroom, being very explicit what we've done. I don't know if you've heard of things, whole language. Do you remember those terms? Whole language, balanced literacy. The pendulum always swings in education, as we know, right? Science of reading has been around for actually 50 years. It's just us understanding how we're applying and we're implementing structural literacy practices that help support that science of reading. So explicit is really about I do, we do, you do. So I do as a teacher, when I'm teaching a concept, I'm being explicit about what I'm doing. I'm modeling that concept for the kiddos. So if if I'm doing a read aloud, right? If I'm I'm doing a read aloud with kiddos, I'm also doing something called a think aloud as I'm processing maybe how I attack that word, how I ask myself questions while I'm reading.
And just connecting that to Kristen too. Kristen talked about that. You guys experienced that, or you felt it. Like when she said how many are in the 43rd versus when you walked through it together. So very similar.
Yep.
Or very same idea.
We do would be, now I've done it, now you're going to do it. And that could be, you'll notice that you've done that already with Kristen, you're going to do that with us. I did it, now you're going to do it and turn to each other and talk. And then you do would be is just individualized. So now I'm going to practice. And that is a key time for whether that's volunteers or paraprofessionals, classroom teacher, to go in and provide some corrective feedback. We talk about a lot of this with our paraprofessional training. Corrective feedback is not, hey, you've been doing it wrong. There's language that we practice with the paraprofessionals and teachers about how you provide that corrective feedback so that students are doing it right. We don't want them to practice something wrong. It does not take very long for individuals to practice something wrong and then it sticks. So we want to provide some corrective feedback immediately so that they practice it. So that's an example of explicit. Diagnostic instruction is around looking at data, seeing where our students are at and making adjustments to our instruction and asking why, like why are they successful with that or why not? Like what's happening? What do I need to adjust to my instruction? So how is the state planning on doing that? So how do we get that done? The idea is that we want to empower teachers. And so if we provide them with sound training around the science of reading, inclusive of the structural literacy practices, we have an aligned system in our district around instruction and evidence-based practices and resources so that we're empowering teachers. And so one way that they've done this, and they're starting to do this, is they call it phase 1. And so right now, phase 1 needs to be completed by this coming July of 2026. And teachers in grades K through 3 are being trained on one of the 3 that you see listed there. Schools could have chosen letters, OLA, or carry-out. So they chose one of those PD. The teachers went through some rigorous professional development. Letters takes about 2 years to complete. OLA and carry-out take about 1 year to complete. So teachers in K through 3 have gone through that training. Some schools, based on a teacher's license, have gone and trained all their teachers up to 6th grade. So if I hold a K through 6 license, teacher said, or principal said, I want to train all of those teachers just in case they move them from grade level to grade level. We've trained over 34,000 educators. And like I said, they need to be trained by July 1 of 2026. Nikki and Judy are both trained as facilitators. So the idea down the road after 2027 is that our co-op would be training those teachers coming out of college. Colleges haven't caught up yet. Or there's people who are, new to education, new to school and haven't been caught up in that PD. So, and then I'm trained as facilitator and yeah, we've all gone through that. So that's part of our work. The next thing that's coming out is called phase 2 training, and that's for teachers in grades 4+. This also includes special education teachers, interventionists, EL teachers, things of that nature. Phase 2 is supposed to be coming soon. It's supposed to be out in October at some point. And it looks like they could start registering teachers as soon as November, and they'll start getting trained on phase 2. We don't know the names yet. They haven't shared that. There are 3 of those that are coming out to train our teachers on. They need to be done by July 1 of 2027. The other key component to training on the science of reading is that there is a paraprofessional instructional support staff PD training. It is 8 hours in length. There are 4 modules, each one are 2 hours in length. And basically it is a condensed version of the PD from phase 1. So the first module is around theoretical frameworks. The second one is around phonemic awareness. The third module is on phonics. And then the 4th one is around comprehension and vocabulary. So, yes.
What I would like to just share is that some of you have indicated on your volunteer information forms that you submitted to me online that one of the ways that you'd like to work with kids is to provide early literacy support. And in parentheses, when you selected that, I included some language saying this requires 2 4-hour sessions of additional early literacy support. That will be, so some of you are signed up for that. If you know you're not, or if you're not sure if you are, again, leave a note on the back of your evaluation. But this is something that I think would be a wonderful opportunity for as many of you as possible to really make a difference with our early readers in our schools. So some of you, as I said, you know you're already signed up for this. Our dates are, and we're doing it right here with these people on October 29th from 9 until 1:30, I believe. And then on December 10th from 9 until 10:30. I might have the times wrong, but essentially we're pretty close. I
we're
believe
pretty
it's
somewhere in there.
So and as Amy was just saying, it's 4 modules, 4 2-hour modules. But the way that we're presenting it with our tutors is in 2 4-hour trainings. So it's, and then a little bit of time for lunch each of those days. So if you, again, many of you are registered and you know you are. Some of you are not registered. You may wish to be registered. You can leave a note on the back of your evaluation form. Others may not remember what you indicated and might have a question on that. Want to ask that question, include that question on the back of your eval so I can help you get an answer to that. So, but that is the same training that is being offered to the paraprofessionals. The state really wants volunteers who are working with early readers to have that training. And so thankfully, we have the opportunity here to do that.
Aren't those like, you have to take one and then you go to the next?
Yep.
Yep.
Yes, so it's 2 sessions. Each session will cover 2 modules.
Yep. I mean, yeah, and we actually have some other, we have 2 other districts that will join us with just a few other people to sprinkle in there, so you can get a wide variety of experience, you know, and expertise from others in the room too. The idea around this is, and we always kind of even start off, whether it's with teachers or paraprofessionals, is we might start off being like, okay, well, I'm just going to check the box that the state said I needed to do this. By the time we leave, the idea is really for you to say, we're speaking a common language. Here's whole language. Here's, I don't know, which is what I'm looking for, something more balanced literacy. And basically it's coming together about the knowledge around the science of reading, how the brain works. And we're going to actually talk about that a little bit later on here. And so speaking the common language, one, because we don't want to confuse our kiddos, okay? And we want to be helping our kiddos reach that goal that the state has, our why. And so today we're going to cover a few things with you, right? We're going to give you the basic information, the knowledge, and some strategies to do, but really diving in a little bit deeper about what does that look like? What is that? When I do a phonemic awareness skill, what am I teaching those kids? What are they getting out of it? How am I building, helping them to learn to read? So we'll talk about that a little bit more, but I've been around for a long time in education, and I've experienced all sorts of pieces of literacy, whether that was personally growing up or as an educator. And I'm excited around where we're at. I think it's really going to make a big difference with our students and the knowledge bring to them. So Nikki, I think you're up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna talk to you guys a little about reading, and I'm just checking the time. I'm gonna try to keep this pretty brief, but if you guys have any questions, please feel free to pop them up. I was gonna say pop them in the chat. Can you tell me? But we're just gonna talk a little bit about student screening. So the next piece that the state added, or the next pillar to help us get to that goal, is to use student screening. And kind of the idea behind that, they really drive home these 3 pieces: screen, identify, interview. And so what that looks like, so those of you that work with K-3 students, just again, I think where I see this fitting in with you guys is we're identifying more students, and we know exactly what our students need. So when you're working with kiddos, because we have the screening information, like we will know, like, this is where the student specifically needs help, rather than just putting all students that struggle and get a reading score that's below grade level and say we're going to put them all into the same intervention, but one of them may need, you'll see a little bit later when we talk about those foundational skills, one of them might need help with comprehension, one of them might need help with decoding and pulling the words off the page, one of them might need just some working vocabulary. And so this screening really helps us to know that. So where I see that, like I said, again, fitting in with you guys and the support that you provide to kiddos, is you're gonna know, like, this is exactly how I can help. So again, we don't need to go through everything super detailed,
But in K through 3, all of your kiddos are screened 3 times a year. So they're screened in the fall within the first 6 weeks of the school year. In the winter, I think it's the 6 weeks, February 15th is the date, and they can go 6 weeks before that. I don't know when that is. And then within the last 6 weeks of the year. Screening does include, like if you're working in any schools where they have multilingual learners, it also includes special education students. And then we are also, we don't need to talk about this a lot, but just within that screener, there are also different tests that they can use to determine if students are showing characteristics of dyslexia. Nothing that you have to worry about. But the schools that you are working in, and I shouldn't say you don't have to worry about it, but for our purposes today, just know that that is something they're looking for as well. This is not like they cannot diagnose students with dyslexia, but we can say if a student is having foundational reading difficulties, it could potentially be something that just something to keep in mind. K through 3, there are 2 different screeners that schools could be using. So you might see data in the schools that you're working in, either DIBELS data or FastBridge data. It seems in our region, FastBridge is a little bit more popular. So you may work with teachers that share some data or share some scores. I would guess more than likely, I would probably Amy, most schools in our region are using FastBridge. We do have a few, like I know there are a couple schools in Duluth using DIBELS. Yeah, but most FastBridge. And then our 4 through 12, we can't leave our 4 through 12 students out. So now just this year, another thing that may come up if you're working in secondary schools, this is the first year that our 4 through 12 students that aren't reading at grade level are also going to be screened. Using the screener, and I don't think I didn't put it on here, but it's called CAPD Read Basics. And so schools have to determine, some of the schools you work in are just testing all of the students and figuring out, okay, here's where they are at and all of these different foundational reading skills. Some of the schools you're working at are determining, like at a local level, here are the students we have a concern with, so we're going to give them this CAPD test. But so this is something that's just new. So now we're getting data, like I said earlier, we are the first state that's doing this pre-K through 12. And so it's going to be really good to get this data on some of our students. And for those of you like that work with older students, we sometimes forget about them and just say, well, they were supposed to learn to read before 3rd grade, and so that's not my job. And so this will really help us to see, like we just assume that all of our secondary students can read and they can't. Even some of our students, maybe not the ones you're working with, coming from the middle school I worked at, we had A students who struggled and couldn't decode words on the page. And they just had strategies that they had used, and they would go home and do homework for hours and hours a night and watch videos. And they came up with all these different things that they could do so that no one would know they could read. So it does show up, and for you guys, the students you're working with, it could show up as behaviors, it could show up as defiance, it could show up as all sorts of different, it can show up as spelling errors. Like there are lots of different ways it can show up with those older students, but it does show up. And so it's really nice that we have this 412 screener now that will help us to figure out, okay, if we have kiddos that are struggling and they're not reading at grade level, why? And so that just helps us with how can we support them. So that's kind of it. I'm gonna hand it back. Oh yeah.
So the screening that's for literacy versus dyslexia, how similar or different is that from the MCA test that the kids get?
Yeah, really good question. So the MCA is really focused on like that comprehension and what it's like structured response, right? As MCA. Yep. So like this CAPD specifically for the 412, there are 6 different subtests. One of them, let's see if I can remember them. I remember compass. Let's see if I can pull these out. So there's a word recognition decoding one where they actually will test these students that are below grade level. Can they pull the word off the page? There's a vocabulary one, a morphology test, sentence processing test, reading efficiency, and reading comprehension. Got it. So they are. So that's a really good question. So the big difference is they're really honing in on each of those individual skills, where the MCA really is just is looking at reading comprehension. So there is a reading comprehension style test that will be very similar to the MCA, but this CAPD Read Basics test and also the different subtests on DIBELS and FastBridge really dig into what each of those skills are. So we have information on each skill versus like a general overall reading ability, which would be more with the MCA.
So as we go through, we show also the simple view of reading, horse, scarf, prose, roll. Really getting back to those foundational skills, which encompasses decoding. MCAs, it's good information. it helps in your system, like how is our system doing overall with the standards? So the MCAs measure how we're doing on the standards, whether that's math, ELA. So how are we doing that? So yes, these help provide some guidance, like how are we going to do on the MCAs, but really when we think about the MCAs, let's go back to our sequential and systematic. How are we doing with implementing and are we teaching those standards to the level of rigor that they need to be taught? But we also know that we can't do some of those standards if we don't have the foundation. So they're like directly and indirectly related, if that makes sense.
All of those foundational skills should hypothetically, right, impact
how they the MCAs.
Like, because that overall reading MCA, then it's the same thing. If we know like, oh, they're failing their MCA, it's like, why? Like, what's going on? And so these tests help us to figure out why. I shouldn't say failing. It's not even, did you guys know? Here's more trivia. It's not meet, does not meet, partial. Now it's like beginning.
Yeah.
These ones I'm not gonna be able to pull out. They changed the wording. So instead of like MCAs used to be like, does not meet, partially meet, and exceeds. Now it's like beginning, intermediate, advanced, and but I don't remember what the third one is. Here's the third one, like the on track button.
Yeah, so it what we try to do, and this comes to our Minnesota MTSS component, like how are districts setting up their system so they're creating a space to look at all data and how does all of that data work together. So MCA scores aren't a surprise. Like, are we able to track how we're doing through classroom assessments, screeners, how we're going to perform. MCAs aren't the end all be all, but trying to basically look at a systems level. How are we doing as a system? Are we there? Or do we have some goals? So data is a pretty data is a pretty very personal thing for teachers and administrators. I always say it's like stepping on a scale. Like, you step on the scale in your bathroom, you're like, oh my God, this is just my number. I don't want anyone to say that. Teachers feel pretty similar when it looks to data. So one part of the system, why this is part of the element, is like, it's okay. Like, it does not define you as in your teaching. It does not say you're not good. But where are we at? And then what do we need to do in our classroom? And what do we need to do in our system, in our building? What do we need to do in our district to help kids all? So does that answer? Okay.
I used to call it triage, which gives it that medical diagnosis kind of piece where it gives you information. So it's a diagnostic.
Yep.
I used to call it triage. It's the kind of place it is.
Well said.
I just used that in a training I was doing about 10. And support will help us triage. Yeah. It's doing these helpers.
Yep.
And if I could just say with that triaging, 5 of our 9 districts, 6 of our 9 districts are now include VinE as one intervention when all of the data is looked at, whether it's behavioral data, attendance data from these assessments, all the various forms of data that the district collects, and they meet to talk about student needs. There's a menu, so to speak, of interventions, and VinE now is on that list of interventions so that folks can remember we're here. Some of our tutors have a basic level of understanding that we're getting today from Amy and Nikki, and some folks are going even deeper into their early literacy learning, and those folks can provide an even deeper level of intervention. So it's nice that it works well with how you're thinking about triage, that okay, we're triaging this, what are our options for addressing this need?
Yep.
And VinE is one of those.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing that up. The third element is highly aligned resources. And so the idea is we need to make sure that in our system, we have resources that are aligned with our structural literacy practices. And so just quickly, because you can go to the READACT webpage and so kind of go through the alignment to what all the stuff means. But just quickly, what they did is they took resources, curricular resource companies submitted their resources and said, hey, we want to be considered for this. And so the state came up with a ranking system. Highly aligned means it was 100% and met their criteria. It had no red flags, things like that. Partially aligned, minimally aligned, and not aligned. And there were some that actually met not ranked. So you might be in some buildings where they are using a minimally aligned curricular resource. It's not bad. They can do that. It just means that they have to go through the rubrics that the state provided, and they need to see where there's red flags. Where do they need to do better? So it might be in the area of foundational skills. This current curricular resource we have isn't addressing that. So what do we need to do in our system to make sure that we address that issue? Really, those who have chosen a highly aligned, it means that there weren't red flags. There might be some areas in the cultural responsive piece. But the state said, if you choose a highly aligned, you can use your literacy aid funds for that. And we'll, basically reimburse you. If they choose something off of minimally aligned or not aligned, they do not get reimbursed. And actually, they just changed it. So if you choose something off a highly aligned, partially aligned, the state says you can use your literacy, your money for that. So it's not bad that someone's using something that's minimally aligned. They just want to draw the attention to school districts that say, where do you need to make sure that you're meeting those structural literacy practices? So there are 5, 6 foundational ones, 6 I think now. A couple ones that fall under world knowledge, and then one that is comprehensive. And then so I'm trying to think of, like, with Rockridge, I should have it memorized. I don't. But there's your schools that you work in are all over the place on where their current alignment is. Some might use a foundational program called UFLEC that is considered highly aligned. But then they might use something for comprehension that's minimally aligned. So you're going to come across your districts that are using all sorts of resources. The gist of it basically is what are they doing to help meet the criteria of on that rubric? What do they need to improve? One thing to know, what's the difference between elementary and secondary when it comes to structured literacy practices? There's a lot more at the elementary level than at the high school level. Currently I sit on a secondary work group, and we're trying to figure, like, how do we help secondary teachers figure this out? What does this look like for them? 1, secondary teachers haven't had the professional development. 2, we're asking them not to use a screener. And then 3, there's just not a lot of guidance quite yet out on secondary. There's not a lot of research. And so we caution districts on, just because you're doing it at the elementary level doesn't necessarily mean it should always fall into the secondary level. So there's a lot of research out there. It's very robust for elementary and secondary. The research is coming, but it's a little bit slower. It hasn't quite caught up. So if you're in the secondary classroom and you're like, I just left an elementary classroom and they're doing all of this stuff, why aren't you doing it here? It's going to look cool. And so we're working on it. We're working on it. It's a little bit slower than I'd like it to be.
Yeah. And again, like, I know we want to get to, there's a good chunk of time where you guys get to work together. So just a couple more of those pillars that we want to just make you aware of. So reading intervention, just understanding in the schools that you're working with. I think the big thing, and it's golden. We want to have interventions or working with kiddos on those foundational and higher level, literacy skills. And so working with kiddos, can they pull the words out of age, but also working with kiddos on vocabulary and working with kids on comprehension. So just making sure that we're providing kids with everything that they need. Again, this is nothing that you guys are, just so you're aware, so it's knowledge that you have. The state is going to, by November 1st, I'm still holding my breath that it will happen on November 1st, because we were supposed to have a list of interventions released starting in March, being released all the way up to November, and they were going to release them in a rolling release, and they haven't released any. So just so you know, this could be something you're supporting schools with this fall. There's going to be a list coming out from MDE, and they have told us it's going to actually be more than 15. So this could impact you, because you could be using some of these interventions with the students you're supporting, but just, this is another piece of what the state is doing to meet our goal. And then the other piece, again, this is nothing that you are going to be necessarily a part of in a roundabout way. You are, though, because the district does, every district that you're in has this local literacy plan. And a local literacy plan is a document that they've made is basically a roadmap that shows here are the things we are doing to get ourselves to meet this goal. You can read through these if you want. It kind of goes through everything that's included in there. But one of the things that a district may include in there when they're talking about here are all of the things we're doing to get our students to this goal, you guys as buying tutors and buying professionals, buying volunteers, there we go, that's what I was looking for. you are one of the interventions or one of the pieces that your districts are using to get to that goal. So you might be famous and show up in schools' local literacy plans because you are a very important part of what they're doing as a district to get themselves to that goal. So, sorry, Amy, I keep going really fast. It's back to you now. I'm trying to get us to the part where
I know, the fun part, like, this is just okay, so how do they get this done? So we just covered all 5 elements, right? That's the idea. There is another layer to those elements, is that once we get everyone trained and we get those screeners implemented and the local literacy plans are not just being put on the shelf, like people are, whoo, they are gung ho and they're right there with us. The next layer, and this is the next layer, is that we're in there coaching. Like schools have built that capacity, so if we ever left, and look at them looking terrible, but we're not. But if we were to ever leave, that work would continue on. Meaning, like if they pulled out all the leads and they pulled out all the coaches and the state said no, we're done. The idea is everyone has the knowledge and the screeners in place and those elements in place. The work will continue because we built that structure. And so that's the next layer. Like once we get through what we just gave you, there's another layer underneath each one of those elements, which is coaching district literacy leads, helping support literacy leadership teams, and making sure administrators are well supported in implementing the structural literacy practices. So we're getting there. Right now we're just kind of scratching the surface with those elements, but we're getting there. So how does that work? How do we get to that next layer? And that's why we're called the Regional Literacy Network. The leads in the entire state, the coaches, to help plan, implement, and then go back and evaluate how is that going in a district. We do different things called communities of practices with the district literacy leads to help implement that and help them around coaching and build up their practices. That's what that is. It's just wah wah. So, but just to give you an idea, we're pretty busy. We're really busy. This is the react page. Again, if you're sitting on the couch one night and you'd rather read this and watch a football game or something else, then feel free. There's lots of information. You can get lost on it. They're updating some things. They're getting better at being quicker at it, but they're getting there. That's where we live our life. So
I'll let you keep and go through. This is technically my home. We took away my piece, so I'll like intro you so they can. I'll be your height man. Okay. So we're gonna now go into the next 2 parts that we're gonna do. We've got about an hour, so I think we're doing okay. Is just going to talk about like what is structured literacy. So the first thing we're gonna talk about is some of the research behind it, and we're gonna watch a couple little videos and talk about like how do we know, like how does your brain work? Those of you that are signed up for that training on the 29th and the other date, Teresa,
December.
October and December, when you're gonna come back and see us and do more fun things. You will recognize these videos. We do also use these in our paraprofessional training. But you guys aren't all going to have heard of that. So it's okay if you see them twice. So we will start, just talking about the science behind it. Like, how do we know how the brain works? And maybe it's because I'm a former science nerd, but I really geek out on this, and it's really cool to think about how we have learned, like how the brain like reads and like how the brain learns. Yeah. And can actually go through, and they have done like brain scans of literate versus illiterate people, and Amy will show you a video with that. But we're gonna do that, and then the last piece of our time together is we're gonna go through, and instead of Amy and I talking to you about each of these foundational literacy skills, you guys are gonna do what's called a jigsaw, and you're each gonna get like acquainted and become an expert on one of the skills, and then kind of share with each other. So you can go to the next one, I think. Yep, and I just want to remind you, Teresa already shared this, but I thought it was really important to keep here. And Amy has already said it, but I just want to reiterate the importance of the work that you are doing in building, like engaging your community and helping prepare students for successful citizenship. I know we've made jokes a couple times today about, hey, if you want some light reading, this one's not a joke. If you guys have an hour, there's a documentary, and okay, stay with me. I know I said documentary, but it's called Sentenced. And Sentenced is it's like an hour, but it was by, I can't remember the people, but Steph Curry. If you guys know Steph Curry, he's a basketball player. He narrates it, and it goes through and it follows the lives of 5 individuals, 5 adult illiterate individuals, and talks about the impact that not being able to read has had on them. So it's not just, hey, we want them to read because we want them to pass their MCA test. Like it goes through and it really does show them like that piece of like preparing for successful citizenship. Like it's amazing, and you can watch it for free, and I don't judge me when I tell you this, but you watch it on children'sliteracyproject.org. And if you just Google sentenced documentary, it'll pop up. But in order to watch it, you have to say like, here's my name and organization, and then it says, how much would you like to donate? And I put 0. So that I can watch it, because I watched it a couple of times. So you can donate. I'm not saying not to donate, because it is a great cause to donate to. But with how many times I watched it, I have not donated, and I feel really bad. So like I said, don't judge me. But you can watch that for free, or for however much you want to pay for it. But I think it's just super important, and it helps you, and I feel like it could help you to see as a volunteer working with these kids, like how important it is and what an impact you make on those students, and how cool it is that the state is like recognizing the importance of volunteers and paraprofessionals, and recognizing you guys have those relationships like Kristen and Teresa were talking about this morning. You have the chance to form those one-on-one relationships more than I would argue sometimes the teachers that these students are working with. And so just recognizing you guys are really important in reaching this goal. So yeah, I think that's my last one. Oh no, I get to go here. So now, this is my last one. This is my high hand slide. But we're just gonna go into 2 little pieces talking about like, where did this come from? So what is the research? Amy mentioned it. It's been around for 50 years, but what is it? And then we'll go into some of the skills.
So the term science of reading refers to a large body of gold standard research collected by cognitive scientists and other reading experts. And it's been, like I said earlier, 5 decades, 50 years it's been out there. It tells us just how we learn to read in the most effective way for reading to be taught. And that's what the research does around. How do we learn to read? And then what do we do to create wire our brain to learn how to read, or rewire it, for lack of a better word. So 95% of students can learn to read when instruction is based on the science of reading. Take a minute to think about that statement. Through the research, they have found that 95% of students can learn to read when instruction is based on the science of reading. Turn to the person next to you and just, what comes to mind as you think about that? An aha, oh my gosh, really? Like, I mean, just what is bubbling up for you as you think?
What about the other 5%?
There you go. Yep.
Can't learn.
I don't know.
It's the number of reasons.
Well, that would be where we.
So
by not
wording along.
50%.
They have been used good.
All right, so anyone have any feedback? We had some conversations right here at this table. Any ahas? Any like, I don't find that. Yes.
We said that 95% a lot higher than it is.
Yep.
Like,
Yes. Yep. Our state is really low. Yep. Anyone else? You're like, what about the other 5%?
Yeah, how do they sneak through? Are all kids supposed to be in school? How does that happen? Are they part of the? I'm just so sad by that, to think. Cause it opens up your whole world, right? Like, not just learning, but enjoyment, and there's so much, and to think. That just makes me really sad.
It doesn't really dictate rate. I mean, it says you can learn to read. Some may be able to read at 4th grade, and some might be a senior using this technique. It doesn't tell you the rate of learning.
Correct.
It just tells you they can learn. So.
Yep. Anyone else? All right, let's watch. When you're watching this, I want you to pay attention to a few things. There's going to be some questions and discussion with you after. What do you hear them say around spoken language and learning to read? Listen carefully for that. And then what ahas are you walking away with And what might you do differently or continue to do as you're working with students? So kind of 3 questions in there. Spoken language versus learning to read. AHAs, and how might this apply or work for when you're working with kiddos this coming school year?
What if you couldn't read? How would you perceive words if reading wasn't possible? For anything you encountered with words, you would just see a series of symbols with no meaning or purpose. In fact, humans are not meant to read. Our brains did not evolve for reading. Our brains are extraordinarily organized from the time we are very young for speech processing. The same is true for our vision. Reading, on the other hand, is not innate and requires the collective activity of many areas of our brain. Babies already have a sophisticated spoken language and visual system, but to learn to read, our brains must be trained to connect our visual system with our spoken language system, actually changing the way our brain codes phonemes and connects those sounds to meaning. We know this because researchers have used imaging techniques to show what actually happens inside the different parts of the brain when a person reads. When we read the word ingredients, for example, it activates the occipital lobe in the back of our brain in the same way any other visual stimuli would. This visual area in the brain instantly analyzes the visual features of the word. From here, it quickly moves into an area that cognitive neuroscientist Dr. Stanislaus Dehaene calls the brain's letterbox, or visual word form area. This is where we store our knowledge of letters, recognize single letters, letter combinations, whole words, and acquire the knowledge of patterns of the written system of a language. Scientists have measured the activity in brains of literate and illiterate subjects and detected brain activity in various parts of the brain that are changed by learning to read. Brain scans confirm the letterbox is only activated in people who have learned to read, and it will only activate for the known letters in direct proportion to reading scores. When we learn an alphabetic language, we change the way our brain codes the sounds of speech, attributing these phonemes to different letters. This process literally changes the neurological processing that happens in the visual cortex in our brain. But it doesn't stop there. Learning to read requires first recognizing the letters and how they combine into written words in the letterbox area, and then connecting them to the coding for speech sounds. Reading and comprehension is achieved most efficiently by first teaching letter-sound correspondences. Consider the word ingredients from our recipe. The word is associated with its meaning in the temporal lobe. At the same time, the brain detects the sounds needed to say the word. Once a child can recognize letter-sound correspondences, the anatomy of the brain changes and creates a whole new modality for language input. The child can identify words and recognize them auditorily to then access their meaning. This process develops yet a second route to support reading, going from vision to meaning. Hence, the idea that there are 2 routes of reading is a critical piece of all models of the process of reading. We know that reading is not hardwired in the brain, but scientists have studied what happens inside the brain to become a skillful reader. Attention, active engagement, error feedback, and consolidation are the 4 pillars that Dr. Dehaene calls the secret ingredients of successful learning to help students learn more efficiently. Because the brain can change to learn new things, reading teachers should employ explicit instruction methods that strengthen the neural pathways and allow students to become strong and successful readers.
Okay, so I had some questions for you. At your table, talk about what did you hear the difference between spoken language and learning to read? 2, an aha, and then 3, how does this apply to what you might be doing with this? Go ahead and have a conversation at your table and then share.
I'm so glad to have you here.
That's really not me. Right.
Yes, I'm track.
They're not.
I also listen.
Yeah, you might be.
Sometimes it was really.
You might be able to match up.
Yeah. That could press me going. I like. Sure, I never say.
Always
I love mine. First. You see it in interactions. Not even just like. Maybe more people have this here type.
I did not. Not that I want to interrupt the conversation, but I'm going to. I remember they were. Just that I'm listening and I'm watching and it's just like, oh, I see to interrupt, but time doesn't seem to be on our side. Yeah, anyone want to share their thoughts? What did you hear them say about speaking versus reading? They has it.
Isn't speaking more innate where reading needs to be taught? We're not born knowing how to read.
Right, learning to read is not a natural process like learning to speak. I tough it. What else? Anyone else pick up on anything else from the video?
Hearing the spoken word would help the child learn to read eventually.
Yeah, we've got to create some pathways between speech sounds and letters, and then letters to speech sounds. Rewire our brain.
I don't know if it was in the video or something, one of you said, but error feedback. Like sometimes, especially in elementary school, we do like read to self, read to others, and we pair up two little kids to read. They're not getting error feedback, and so all we're doing is cementing bad habits into their brain. And they think they're reading, but they're not reading.
And I know the hearts are like so excited that they're reading together, and that is important. It's just important to have an adult there present, monitoring and walking around, so that when that happens, we can provide some corrective feedback will help them to save things, right? Yep, because once you practice it around, it's really hard to uncement. Yep, yeah. Anyone else?
Well, I don't want to talk too much.
Please do.
That process is a good thing cross grade level, because then you may have that error correction in an older student working with a younger student, and that is so significant. It's a good thing for both of them.
Speech therapists are phenomenal at doing corrective feedback, and they have an art to it. I know the speech therapist I had up in Summit East, I marvel. I just sit in there and I'm like, I know this is an evaluation, but I'm just going to sit here and listen because there's so much I learned just from them in that conversation. It was amazing.
Well, I think teachers should have been trained linguistically first.
Yes.
That was a big miss.
Yep. 100%.
Now even the way we pronounce sounds has changed. They don't want us to say y anymore because we don't say yellow. We say yellow, so now there's just a significance to how you pronounce the words and the significance of teaching them the sound and not the letter names, just. That's just foundational, really basic, good stuff.
Yeah, that's part of the
Part of the training.
I look at Nikki because Nikki's phenomenal at it. Between her and Judy, they do a lot of the para trainings, and I just, oh, you guys are great at it. But you will come across charts. If you're in a preschool room, preschool, kindergarten room, you might see something called Haggerty. Haggerty is going to have, they're going to have charts up in their classrooms, and so just make note, once you go in, you're going to see all of the different pictures and sounds that are up there. And again, as you're going in the classroom and you're learning, you're going to want to model those same sounds so you're not seeing them incorrectly as well. So, but yes, see, there you go. Come to the training. Professionals, you can learn about all that stuff, how to hold your throat and all that stuff. Actually, one thing I'm going to birdwalk here a little bit because I just thought of it. We were doing the para training up on the shore. Yeah. And there is a paraprofessional who had been working with the student for a couple of years, nonverbal students. And she said he would constantly go like this to her. And, she said after the training, she goes, it was on phonemic learning, she goes, oh my gosh, I always kind of thought like he was trying to choke me. She goes, I think he was trying to feel this out. So that's there are some who may, but the point of the training is you come away from going, oh, that behavior makes sense. Maybe it wasn't all for bad reasons. No, don't get me wrong, there's moments, but don't about. But I mean, it was her aha. I guess that's what comes out through the trainings. It was just her aha. She said that makes sense why he kept touching my throat, because as Nikki would go through with you at some point, touching your throat helps you feel that different in the voice versus the unvoiced sounds. And so it was just, I don't know, it was just a feel good story. I was like, oh, that's fine. Anything else? Any other feedback from that?
I guess I'm nervous about AI as we move forward. Your kids are even gonna have to learn to write their name, spell it, whatever.
Right.
And a young girl was coming over and was texting her friend by dictating it. Parents were trying to get her to type in. It says, that's so old school.
I know. Yep.
Audibles, where download a book that it's read to you right from Amazon.
Yep.
I love that.
I'll read and listen to the same book at this same
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
It's a really interesting conversation that we don't have time to have, but then I would ask, if that person is just texting, voice texting, or just listening to books, would you consider that person literate? And I don't know that I would. If they can't pull to be a literate person, you have to have that reading comprehension and that word recognition, the language comprehension and the word recognition and decoding. And so that's the thing, that's something we have to overcome as educators, right? We have to, even though it's old school, to be literate or to be considered literate, you have to have both of those built. And again, I wish we could talk.
So this was already mentioned. Most students require that explicit, that feedback, that corrective feedback, in order to rewire the brain. Foundational skills such as that phonological awareness and phonics are critical to cracking the code for written language. Again, all things you guys have already mentioned. And the last, and this is just not an exhaustive list, just a quick one. Effective reading instruction also involves exposure to conceptually connected text sets and rich vocabulary. So again, making sure the classroom is full of text and vocabulary, and when we're on our phone, we don't have that exposure, right? So that is one way that we rewire the brain. Yeah. This is you.
And then it's me. And then another, I feel like I should get a kickback of cash every time I mention the documentary. So for you in particular, if you guys have read, or if you like it, I'm listening to it on Audible. I'm not done with it, but the Anxious Generation is also another very, very good book. And it talks specifically about how the chemistry of the brain has been altered since the introduction of the smartphone in 2010. And there's all this, it's interesting. So that's just another one with all your free time. It is available on Audible, and I just listen to it when I can. But yeah.
I read an article that mentioned that book, and I want to read that. It sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think I'm only at chapter 7 or something of 10, but it's interesting. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we have one more thing that I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna talk to you a little bit about framework. Then we'll do a really quick true false activity. Those of you that were here last year, see if you remember the answers. And then we're gonna use our last chunk of time to, like I said, dig into some of these foundational reading skills. You have some good resources available too. We'll get into your to your manual a little bit or your handbook. But what we're going to do, and I'm actually going to skip ahead of this slide, we're gonna look at two different theoretical frameworks. And if you think of them, the top one is called the simple view of reading, and then we're gonna look at something called Scarborough's reading room. And I'm just going to briefly introduce them to you in the next 5 to 10-ish minutes. And you're just going to get to see, they help explain. So now Amy showed us kind of how the reading brain works, and we talked about like how reading works and learning to read is not natural. This is going to show us like, okay, here are the things that have to happen in your brain in order for reading to occur. So there's just 2 little video clips. One of them I think is about 2 minutes and one's about 1.5 minutes. After each one, I'm just going to give you a minute within your table to talk and share some of your big ahas or your big takeaways or questions that you have. Noticing and wondering. So Kristen did something, she did not call it notice and wonder, or maybe she did, I don't remember. But it's something very similar to what you did with Kristen. So as you're watching, keep those 2 things in mind. What do you notice? What do you hear? What do you see? And then what do you wonder? What questions come up? All right, so I'll let you watch the first one, and then we'll debrief the second one.
When we think about the essential skills children need to build their reading brain, Goff and Tunmer's model, known as the simple view of reading, is quite helpful. In this model, the critical sub-skills of reading are simplified to their essential categories, decoding and language comprehension, and framed as a multiplication equation, with reading comprehension as the product, or goal, on the right side of the equation. The idea is this. Strong reading comprehension results only when both decoding and language comprehension are strong. To illustrate this idea, let's assign values of 0 for weak and 1 for strong. If decoding is weak and assigned a value of 0, and language comprehension is strong, a value of 1, reading comprehension is weak because 0 multiplied by 1 is 0. Conversely, if language comprehension is weak but decoding is strong, reading comprehension still suffers. 1 times 0 is 0. Only when both domains on the left side of the equation are strong does reading comprehension become a strong 1, because 1 times 1 is 1. The simple view of reading tells us that children need to learn essential skills to decode to get text off the page, while also developing their understanding of the world and of literacy. Although reading is a complex process, the simple view is helpful because all of the essential sub-skills of reading, such as phonological awareness and vocabulary, can be assigned to the decoding and language comprehension domains on the left side of the equation.
Okay, so take a minute or 2 with your table. What did you notice? What do you wonder? And then we could also add, does this make you think of any students you've maybe supported in the past? Does it make you think of your own children? Or your own anybody, your husband, I don't know. Okay, so go ahead, just debrief with your table. What do you guys think? Notice and wonder. I have one that makes a lot of sense.
Well, that kind of ties into. Not being able to necessarily exception.
I think the
consider resources we have available. Well, I suppose
and hopefully so that yeah, it's like to use us like obviously Devon and everybody. Like that's
Bunch of research.
Yes, that's the page.
Back together, maybe I could say that. I would love to, what are some things that you're wondering, things you noticed, any connections you made to any students you work with, and yeah? Anything come up at your table? Do you want to share?
What was the question again?
Anything you're wondering, any connections you can see to kiddos that you work with? I heard a couple tables saying like, oh yeah, that makes sense. I heard a table back there who got their, I'm assuming, sorry, their youngest person to say, hey, is this like, what did you see when you did this in school? And I heard you mention like, well, we didn't get taught how to comprehend. We did like read and they just said, hey, what did that say? Kind of thing. So yeah. Right. Anything else? Yeah. Are you ready? Yeah.
So long as the laws are pretty cool.
I'm an associate with reading comprehension, because I'm not really good at reading comprehension.
Yeah. Yeah, so if that, and kind of to that point, like, you're not good at reading comprehension, so this helps us to see like this multiplication equation, right? If I can pull the words off the page, and that's to my comment earlier, but would you consider that person literate if they're only using voice to text? Or so they maybe have this, that language comprehension, they have a really strong understanding and they know what the words mean, but if they can't write them themselves or read them themselves, if this is a 0, that reading comprehension is 0. Yeah.
You can kind of see that equation played out like in high school, middle or high school, when they take like a social studies class or something, they can have rich conversations, they can participate after a movie or a documentary, but when you put the textbook in front of them, so they have the language comprehension because they have background knowledge, but that doesn't mean they have the skills to do public.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, anybody, and so this is kind of what we were talking about with screeners too. Like, instead of just saying like, okay, their MCA score is low, their reading comprehension is low. How do we figure out how to help them? Like, do they need help with that word recognition piece? Do they need help with that language comprehension piece? And so that's my segue into our next little video. So the reading room, I'm gonna ask you the same questions at the end. What do you notice? What do you wonder? And then do you see any connections to students that you have supported or are currently supporting? This one's a little bit shorter, and then we'll do kind of the same thing. And then, yeah, so this just explains the simple view a little bit more.
It's good. I liked it.
Another helpful theoretical model for the reading process is Scarborough's reading rope, which expands upon the simple view of reading. Scarborough's reading rope provides a meaningful visual representation of the process by which decoding, or word recognition, and language comprehension subskills are combined during skillful reading. The decoding subskills are each assigned a strand in the rope: phonological awareness, decoding and spelling, and sight recognition. Under language comprehension, we need to build these reading subskills: background knowledge, vocabulary knowledge, language structures, verbal reasoning, and literacy knowledge. Think of these subskills as strands in the reading rope that become stronger and stronger the more tightly the strands are woven together. As the language comprehension subskills grow and get stronger, the reader becomes increasingly strategic in their reading. At the same time, as the reader strengthens their decoding subskills, they're becoming more automatic in their reading. With increasingly strategic and increasingly automatic reading, skilled reading occurs and the reader can comprehend text. Skilled reading appears to be effortless, but a skilled reader has fortified the subskills of the reading rope in order to manage the skills simultaneously and automatically, resulting in reading comprehension.
All right, so same thing with your table, just debrief for a minute or two. Notice things, wondering, and then any connections you see, either to the simple view of reading or to students you are supporting. So go ahead, just debrief with your table.
Also, I felt good like. Because the bottom row.
Identifying.
This time.
I haven't.
All right, that was definitely not enough time, but we want to get to the jigsaw activity. So big things that you guys noticed, questions you have when you look at this, anybody want to share? I'm sure everything you were saying in your group is right, and that's okay. We don't have to share all that. It's okay. We're having those good conversations in our small group. But just a couple things to point out here. You hopefully noticed that this is our simple view of reading. So we have our language comprehension here, our word recognition strand here, or decoding, same thing. And then our reading comprehension there. So here's our equation. This times this equals there. Hopefully you probably can't see this actually. It breaks down like that language comprehension. So word recognition, actually I should start here. Talking about like phonological awareness. Can we recognize the sounds in words? Decoding. Can we read those sounds and turn them into words? And then type recognition. So we have some of those words stored back in that culture visual word form area. So you don't have to sound out every single word. We want those skills to become increasingly automatic. We want to be able to just quickly pull those words off the page so we can have more room for these skills up here. Knowing background knowledge and vocabulary. What do we have? What experiences do we have to lead to that background knowledge and vocabulary? Language structure. So talking about like syntax and semantics, how are sentences and how does the English language work? Verbal reasoning. Can students make inferences based on not just, to your point, well, what did it say? Like, can they answer those questions about like, why did they say this? Or what does this mean? And then literacy knowledge, shoot. And I drew, these are my two brains over here. So don't judge me. I'm not an art teacher. But I just wanted to use these to show you like, we want that bottom part of the rope, that word recognition to become increasingly automatic. Because if this is my brain and I'm using that percentage of my brain for the word recognition portion, how much of my brain is left over for those higher level language comprehension skills? Not much. So we want those to become increasingly automatic so that a small portion of our brain is doing the work on that bottom part of the rope, and we leave the majority of our capacity to handle some of those language comprehension skills. So we are gonna just really quick do a thumbs up, thumbs down.
Before we go,
Before we go on,
just,
you gonna talk about my brains?
no. It's only because I received a text now from a school, just kind of what they're grappling with. Because this is our life, like I get a text and it's like, oh, help us. Especially at the secondary level, they're trying to figure out like the data starting to come out where the kids are missing that decoding, right? And they're actually a lot of stuff, but especially in the area of decoding, because when you think about secondary kiddos, they're trying to figure out like, well, they're missing all these just decoding word recognition skills. How, like, what do we do now? Am I going to pull them out and start doing, phonemic awareness stuff with them? And do I pull out Hager? So just, I guess, as you go in the schools, they're kind of in this like, but they're grappling with like, what are we supposed to do now? What does this look like? Are we going to sit with a 10th grader and be like, like, no. So they're trying to figure in their system how to, again, we don't want to ever just like, we want to make sure that we accelerate their learning. We don't want to take them back and say, well, you're reading at second grade level, so let's go to second grade books, right? So they're trying to, I don't want to say the word balance because everyone's like, that's balance. They're trying to figure that out. That's what they're kind of grappling with. I just got the text like, this is what our data says. What are we supposed to do? So when you go in the secondary, their systems aren't set up yet. They're like there's some who are and their systems are not. So just so you have an idea, you're going in there, you're getting a lot of information knowledge too. We've got a lot of our secondary staff who have not had this quite yet because it's just where we're at with our system and our learning. So.
When I tutored adult literacy as well, and there just aren't that many resources for adults to make them like, here's a decodable book
Yeah.
That doesn't show little kids playing with
100%.
toys. So that's.
So that goes back to what I showed you earlier between the elementary and the secondary level. But they need it, just how do you do it with helping them stay phase two? And so, and as they get in the system, we're noticing our data is, there's a lot more kids who cannot read than what we realized. Yes.
One thing I just wanted to add before you jump in, Jamie, that is, so you had brought up AI before, that is one use I have seen with like AI is to make some of those decodable. Let's say I am working with a 10th grade level student. We are working on these patterns. I would like a story about blah, 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 and I want it to be 1 page long. So that is a good, AI is not all that. There are a lot of cool things that it can do. But that would be a really cool use of it to make something that doesn't just have the pictures of Spot playing with his ball or whatever. Yeah, go ahead, Jamie.
A really easy resource for tutor, because like you're speaking my passion.
Where'd you yes.
Yes.
Okay. I know you, I know your name. Our paths crossed.
Yeah. So I teach high school students who don't have all their phonics. They don't know the phonics. And so yes, we do go back and we teach them ooh and ow and all, but you can't teach them with the little kid clip art and everything on it. So if you'll find dibbles, it's not called dibbles anymore. M schools.
Yes. M class.
Okay, if you'll Google that, they have resources all the way from kindergarten. They have passages, reading passages from kindergarten to 8th grade. They have no pictures and they're leveled. So you could pick, they have hundreds of them for free. You just print them. You can go and print a passage at the child's reading level, not their grade level, and they won't know the difference. For free, and it's really easy and you don't have to create anything.
Nicole, thank you. And with Dibbles M class, so Dibbles, DIBBELS.
They also have stuff for math.
Okay. So yeah, there's a lot of things here. And I don't necessarily know that we even want to do this, because you guys know structured literacy is more than just phonics. We would have known that was false. Or sorry, it's just more phonics. One thing that I do want to show you is this, and we're not going to spend a ton of time on it. And you again probably cannot read this. But I just want to draw attention to this. Structured literacy is what's best for all students. This is true. So if you look, there's been research behind it. This is Nancy Young's data in 2012, updated 2017. This is called Nancy Young's Ladder of Reading. And so if we think about this, we have about 40% of our student population are going to learn to read kind of no matter what. We have 5% of people, and I would say like as teachers or as people that are educators, a lot of times we were in like this top 5% learning to read with effortless. We didn't really have to put a ton of work into it. We have another 35% of our students where it's relatively easy, like it's pretty broad instruction and they're going to get it. But we have down here this 40 to 50% and 10 to 15% of students where they need this. They need this explicit instruction. They need us to give them this code-based, systematic, sequential instruction. And if we're teaching to these students, are these students still going to learn to read? Are they still going to get what they need? Yeah, but typically we focus our teaching, our tier 1 teaching on like these students that are going to, and I don't want to say they're going to learn to read no matter what, but kind of, no matter what we do, they're going to get it. So it's just a shift to focusing on those students that need that explicit instruction. And then I just love to show this little guy. Learning to read is a natural process, and most children will learn to read if we give them enough time. That is false. Wouldn't that be nice if you could just do that? Yeah. Show you him because he's so cute. It does, structured literacy still does allow us to value the importance of those authentic pieces of literature. Decodable books, level readers, thinking about like read alouds, like you can do read alouds with kiddos and books that are above their decodable level, so they're still building that language. And then also structured literacy, the joy and love of reading is going to be positively affected. Because there's something called the Matthew effect. Kiddos, if a kiddo struggles with reading and they have that negative image of themselves and they think I can't read or too young to read, they're not going to read. And so what's going to happen is their knowledge is going to go down, 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 down. And the kiddos who can read and can decode and can understand, they're going to keep reading and broadening their experiences, and their knowledge is going to go up, 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 up. And that gap just widens. So it is going to positively affect their reading, their love of reading. And then Amy talked about this one, so it's not just a pendulum swing, just remembering it's based on 50 years of research. Okay. Now it's your turn. So I want to invite you, before we tell you what you're gonna do, in your, I call it a manual, handbook. In your handbook on page 13, if you guys open up there, you will see the picture of the 5 pillars of early literacy. And so it's 13, and then actually I will just mention Teresa too. So it goes, the literacy strategies or the reading tutoring strategies go from 13 to 16. There are also math strategies in here as well. Teresa just mentioned, we forgot to mention that this morning, and the math strategies start on 17. But what we are going to do, instead of Amy and I going through each of these right now, we're going to do something called a jigsaw. So really the National Reading Panel identified 5 key concepts that are at the core of every reading instruction program. So we see like phonemic awareness and phonics, those really foundational level, more basic skills, those word recognition and decoding skills, all the way up to thinking about comprehension, some of those higher level skills, vocabulary, comprehension, fluency. What we're going to do when we number you off, I'm going to tell you what we're going to do before I give you your number, so you're not like looking around seeing your group. You are going to, Amy has them, each group, we have just a bunch of information. So I printed off, there is an MDE link to learning, which is something that MDE created to share with parents. There's an MDE learning progression where it goes through and it talks about for each of these skills, what they look like. And I will tell you, this only goes from age birth to 9 right now. I'm hoping they create some secondary resources, but just so you guys know, it goes birth to 9. I also printed off and included in there some activities. So the activities that could potentially be used with students that are struggling in these foundational skills. I did get some that were higher, like I looked at what works clearing house, like 4th through 9th grade. So there are some older examples from there. So you just have a big packet of stuff. And then also you have your handbook. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna read through all your information. That's step 1. There are gonna be some activities. If as a group you're like, hey, we really want to try this, we can see what it feels like, go for it. It's totally up to you. Then we want you guys to discuss and summarize your learning at the table. So what do you like? What is it? What is, let's say you get phonemic awareness. What is phonemic awareness? What is it measuring? If a student is struggling in this area, how might it show up? How might you support a student struggling in this area? And how do you see this type of activity connecting with students you work with and support? I will keep this up here the whole time. And yeah, you're just gonna become a semi-expert, as much of an expert as you can in about 10 minutes. And then we're gonna come back to your table. The idea is hopefully you will have different people at your table. And you're just gonna share with them just a bit about what you learned in your expert group. If that makes that makes sense. Are there any questions? Okay, I'm gonna make you number off. You ready to count up by 5? And I'm not gonna tell you which one. No, I'm just kidding. Ones I'm gonna tell you right now. So instead of waiting for me, if you're a 1 when we count up, let's have you guys go up in this corner. We'll start here and go clockwise. So 1s, you're gonna have phonemic awareness up here. 2s, you can have phonics back there. 3 will have fluency here. 4 will have vocabulary here. And then let's do 5s with comprehension. Okay. Okay. So let's start with Jamie. Do you want to start? And you can move when you know your number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. Yep, go ahead. 4,
5,
1. And then we'll go to the back table. 2, yep. 3, 4, 5. And then back.
1,
1,
3, 4,
5, 1, 2. There we go. There, go ahead. So 1s are here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We just didn't. So go ahead. We'll give you your data and have some check with your group.
I love it.
Yeah, so 1's the phonemic awareness here, 2 is the phonics right where Amy is standing, 3 is the fluency in the back middle, and 4 is the vocabulary here, and 5 is comprehension here. I would bring your handbook with you. And there should be enough resources that you each can share.
Yes, we're on it.
Like you each should have.
Readings.
And then you.
Two, right there.
Yes.
Are you for?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah. we're gonna have yours here too.
And then here's multiple copies.
All right, so here you go. Here's, you guys actually have that stuff. Here's like an activity example. Here. There are enough. There you go. And then here's.
We're sharing.
Yeah, so if you remember in your handbooks too, 13 through 16. What is being measured? How do you measure students? I made it show up.
So there's several of these.
Yeah, there's one, the one that's the links to learning, there should be several of, and that's for everyone to have one.
We'll put, yeah.
Oh, I know.
Right? The strawberry made hard at that.
Vocabulary?
So fluency.
Fluency.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys are mixed up. So vocabulary, that's okay. Do you guys can go ahead and do fluency. Okay.
Okay.
We just mixed up. Amy, when she handed you got mixed up,
Yeah.
which is okay. It's okay. They were supposed to be vocabulary and they were supposed to be fluency and it's flip flop. That's not a big deal.
I guess I'm a little
Good
confused what we
question.
do with it.
Yeah, so just looking at like read through your stuff, what is fluency? Like what does that mean? Like, let's do- if you're working on fluency. And I would do like right here. Fluency then. Fluency. And then I would really focus.
Oh, are you? Different categories. Oh, I get it.
Yeah. Yeah. And then there's. So.
Yeah, so.
Oh, right here. So this one, that Linda has, there's only one of them. But if you guys look here, it shows you what this fluency look like for birth to age 3, what will it look like with these students from age 3 to 6. What will it look like in students like 9. So this could help you with number 3. Hey, you guys, it might have gotten lost in your shuffle. There is this one, that's the links to learning. There should be a copy for everyone to have, but you should also have one in there that looks kind of similar, and I apologize for not differentiating it more. But it says progression for parents. This one might really help you with number 3, because it goes through and it tells you from birth to age 3, from 3 to 6, and from 6 to 9. What do these skills look like in students? So that will help you with what that looks like for your kiddo and how you might support them. So sorry that it looks kind of similar, but there's only one copy of.
So we need a kid to read it.
You can have one of you read it and practice.
Oh, okay. I thought, yeah, was it over?
Are you done?
Okay. And it was at the time.
So.
Sorry, you were. My, I retired from.
I'll make you a copy.
Yeah. I'm like,
We must have been. Reading about. Oh my gosh.
it has that fits the description.
It has nothing to
And
do
then
with.
the word piece on that spot.
And they hear the.
This should be a part of the part has a word is out. You know, the activity and
Eric was there, he's like a very that. Okay.
So it's two hours, like, but it's saying it's like kids to read like. So that.
Yeah, should not learn their. So good, and this should come naturally. But in the past, there are actually things. Sorry, we're.
One of the things.
So-
But yeah.
knowing that sound.
But the next one.
Places. Did a lot of that as a kid. Yeah, it's correct.
So I would just.
Or you their whole life, they don't read or they don't get.
I'll make it show up, yeah.
We're supposed to, yes. Again, I go to non, so I consider it a. Yes, exactly. And yeah, so like, it's hard, I don't know. You know, we're talking about the sound. So what is this? They should, but they'll often. Often hear that, like, see how it's. So it really is spelling in their reading.
Probably all.
Yeah.
Really nice.
All of these things.
And then what are you doing?
I hope we can do something. These last things. No, I was.
Yeah. Yes, no, we so.
They're building it. Read that wrong in my brain when I was reading it. That's what I did. You know, yeah.
Earlier than. So like. Oh my gosh, tell her breaking it. I started reading it. You know. Maybe having read about how they were.
8 hours.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
They won't be, they won't do that. They won't be able to do that. They're gonna jump in.
Yeah, way up.
You know, my kids are in high school, I just showed them this. Oh, makes two different now. So why can't they read? Because in some it says. Lila said, it says. They do act like. It's like.
Right.
Yeah, like, so you knew it. There's this.
That one brought it up before.
So that is only true. That's not true.
All right, everyone, I'm gonna just bring you back together.
I don't know if I'm.
For a minute. Cause we are gonna fix that. So, here's what, I just added a little question here. So when we go back to our group with a person from 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. These two switch, so this is now 3 and this is now 4. But when you go back, I want you to be able to tell. So if you can't answer these, take a couple minutes right now with your group and make sure you can. So what is this skill working in? So like, what does it mean, phonemic awareness? What is that? Phonics, what is that? If a student is struggling, how might it show up? You can talk about older or younger student, or both. How might you support these students? And then how do you see this connecting with students that you work with and support? So take like, we're getting close to the end. Teresa, is it okay if we take a couple more minutes and then get back together to share those few things?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
We will get you out by 3, I promise. So take like 2 or 3 minutes, make sure you can talk about these 3 things without the comfort of your group that's all talking about the same thing, because you're gonna go back with people that were part of these groups and just talk.
So. Yeah.
But that makes sure we made up of all. So there's like you said, saying. You're not manipulating it, so you say you're not right. That's just great. But if you work late and hard, they already know, they've already been. The funny thing doesn't start at 6, it actually starts at like 2. So awareness before they start. Yeah, it just depends on the environment they go on. Maybe they don't know. They probably. But I just. That's some of the problems with ways. Put it upside down, one of the base, but yes. But forget what I taught you. So maybe it's another time.
All right. Thank you. Follow another direction. No, ready? Okay, at your table, now we have all of our 1s, our 2s, our 4s, our 3s and 5s together. At your table now, I want you to figure out who is A, B, C, and D. Groups that have 5 have 2 people lead D. So go ahead, figure out who's your A, who's your B, who's your C, who's your D. Just within your table.
Letter off.
Letter off. Very good. I will tell you this that. So now, this is going to be, it is a little tricky. So now, this was all number one. We have an A, B, C, D all from number one, an A, B, C, D all from number two, A, B, C, D. Every group has an A, a B, a C, and a D. So now we're gonna have all the A's get together. So there should be one A, a 2A, a 3A, a 4A, and a 5A. So if you are letter A, and then D, you're just gonna have a big group. We have 2 extra people. So if you were letter A, you're gonna come here and you're just gonna take a couple minutes each to explain what was your skills, how does it show up, how might you support those students. So if you were an A, come here. If you were a B, go there. If you were a C, go here. And if you were a D, stay here. Come here.
D is up at the front, right? D.
So A, B, C, right?
Nice, I haven't had.
That's right. Yeah. I'm over here. Everybody knows.
No, where's
D is right.
So again, D is going to be a little bit bigger because there's 2 extra people.
Is this A?
Yeah.
All right, so I've got your phonemic awareness, Kristen, go ahead.
Yeah.
I would just go in this order, but if you guys want to not, go ahead. So just have your phonemic awareness first, and answer 2, 3, and 4. Share with your table. What's your skill? How might it show up? Yeah. What's your skill? How might it show up? How might you support kiddos? And if you have questions, please ask.
No, there's no one.
Learning for age 2 and beyond. The 44 smallest number. So it's all about, and they hear, it has nothing to do with. And they hear that. So they substitute the C for an M. Has a lot to do with what happens. So can they, it's all about helping them. And it's sound. Again, sound is an A. And so can they manipulate one of them water graders? Or is that? Yes. Absolutely. And so when they come from families who aren't rich in language or maybe a vegetable family or something like that, most have already had a deficit when it's not if you're working. They're very successful when they come from a rich language. That's the number one indicator.
Maybe or just
good readers or not.
would it be like
Their ability to like. Yes.
Need to have.
And now we're switching up.
Yeah. They don't cover it up. All right, so what we're is, and then if it was very confusing.
Yeah, it would just turn into, what is the skill? How does it show up with kids and how many?
Water sounds.
Yeah.
Decoding, so it's like the next.
And
so if a student is struggling with bring my water sound, they're not together very like.
So you might get it, worded.
Yes, yeah, but that middle term to say, it's like, so if you struggling,
and they don't know what it covers. They don't.
So we
Sometimes you need. They're not very. That's a just. Yes.
breaking the word down.
I was looking for 4, but somehow I got mixed up. Fluency, ability, reconnect.
Yeah, it's gonna come over time. You'll see them. So because they call this.
Communication is one.
They'll look at you and it looks like they understand it, the whole paragraph. So it takes time to see it. And I. Teachers should already know where their goals are. Teachers should be able to use information and not.
So many of us.
Set followed by the others.
Goes into reading, we just stop and. Identify exactly what sounds. Some can't hear. There will be kids that insert letters. They'll say that.
Sometimes they say, here are the I would say. Yeah, sometimes just say the word season. Get the sound out. Yeah. Still do. Or you
vocabulary, that is.
Or like if you.
We had a double, so I don't have to.
Yeah.
Jeff, you seem really good.
No, that's what find out that they don't know, and then you can explain it a little bit, and you have to. Right, we need about, right. Yes, so they've heard it, said it, heard it, so. The rest of it. It's not open yesterday, and, yes. Right.
Everybody.
It gives the other words. That's where it's.
Resource or error.
Multiple.
I might just guess, you know, they're, I think it says a lot, but they're not very much, they know the context.
I really like using these.
It's old. Yeah. Just not. Or, and then cover everything. You get a little notch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, they're not. Reading.
Staff relief, of course. I wonder how much. But that was. And everybody that you can, you'll have a stint, you'll have to play stuff, and then you can learn, you'll just learn stuff. Yeah. It'll be good over there. It can be very simple, like or like if I got you can check that, say. Like call it info at I guide and I just then you'll see that's too much actually. Say who's their price. Yeah. And how one is not as like in the store. So they're like totally on to draw. And then
No, 1 minute, it's almost 3 years. If you haven't had a chance to do all that, but I'll take back about 1 minute.
Yes. That's how just go down. Or you could do it and just don't move.
Do you press it?
Yeah, oh yeah.
So.
Yes, during training.
There's a class.
Yep.
Exercise. And like the teacher wanted to follow along with the fingers, but she was going, not really following along. So it makes it just, you know, listen, all right. Just to be mindful of your time, because it is free, and time flies when you're having fun. Let's wrap up with a couple of things. Number one, we totally recognize that was not enough time. So if you did not get to share, or if you still have some questions, Teresa is going to share the slides with you. And in each of these slides, there's a little video Here are some activities, here's a video of someone doing pandemic awareness activities. We are not gonna go through those, but Teresa will share. So as you are working with kids, this is here as a resource. Sorry, let me keep going. There we go. Amy is also handing out to you just a thing, I call them pocket questions. So as you are going through and working with students, in each of these, like there's a part like, for example, vocabulary. There are some questions here that you could ask students about like, oh, what do you think that word means based on the words around it? Have you heard a word that sounds like that before? So here are just some examples of questions you might be able to use. And then I did just want to mention before Teresa closes it out, when in doubt, have a conversation with your teachers. And part of today was just to give you some background and give you some of the information and give you some of that knowledge so that you can have a conversation with your teachers about this. And so that's okay. I know we didn't get as much time as we wanted for this last part. But you're always free to reach out to Amy and I and just have those conversations with your teachers as well. This, Teresa, is this in their book, I believe, or printed? Maybe it's not. It'll be in the screen, in the slideshow when you get it. Just a few tips, and we don't have to go over them because you really talked about it with Kristen, but just being encouraging, creating trust, using think aloud. So all of this is in there as well. All things that you know, but it's good to have a reminder. And then I think that's it.
And so we want to thank you, and we are apologize for going over. Yeah, it is a literacy thing. I don't know. We cannot always get the time on track. We are always behind. So thank you for your time, and yes, probably for you. Have a wonderful.
Thank you for the work you do.
Thank you. Sarah at that store or to me at that store, and we'll give you your card. From my very, very valuable.
You got to take one off, walk into the door. I looked at her like.
Oh, no, should I? That's the catch right there. Should I remember? How I put it on?
Yeah, no, I've got some time. Now that I don't. That's fine. Oh, yeah.
You've been so dedicated. Always. Oh, I haven't even seen it. I saw that little. I know the other little one I saw it. Just a little. Royal was her. Maybe I'm just. Thank you. I felt bad about that because I was hoping to get some. Yeah.
You take your taser off.
Oh, she's talking from dying. Fun.
Make sure to take these muffins and lunch.
Oh, yeah, put my name on her?
Yeah, fill it up.
She won't miss my dad.
You really quick.
Period, before it all. I think that and hand.
Yeah, that's what
It makes so such a weird time when you're trying to do 6 class.
I'll have such pictures of nurse. It was funny.
Oh, I thought it was just my. They're very big summer.
Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah, that'd be wonderful.
And then I also share.
Yeah. I mean, they've had a church. Yeah. That's great.
I don't know. I don't get it.